Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing?
Present.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm present now.
You have 8 members present?
We have 8 members present.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to make a motion to limit debate to 1 round of 1 minute per council member for any proposed agenda changes.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to limit debate to 1 round, 1 minute. Any support?
Support.
All right, it has been proposed by Councilperson Priestley and supported by Councilperson Worthing. And because that is undebatable, we go ahead.
Point of order. What is the motion?
The motion on the floor is to limit debate to 1 round of 1 minute per council member for any proposed agenda change.
And for proposed agenda changes.
Okay. All right, so with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. That motion passes. So there will be debate limited to 1 round of 1 minute per council member. All right, so now we're looking at requests for changes and or additions to
Madam
the
Chair.
agenda. Ms. Priestley.
I have 3. The first one is to move the special order 23024 for discussion on the vacancy of the office of 7th Ward Council Member after council response. And also there are 2 items on the agenda that we have already approved, and I would like to have those removed from the agenda. 230213 on the recast, and 230217.
So 237213 and 230217.
230213, 230217.
Okay.
I would like those removed from the agenda. Thank you.
Any other changes to the agenda? All right, any other changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing that we have none, we'll go ahead and we'll start with the 7th Ward special order. So is there, all right, so we handle first moving the 7th Ward special order to the beginning of the agenda right under council response. Okay. All right. All right, so we will move that to council response, underneath council response, that'll be order without objection.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
I'm gonna object just to see what that special order is all about, if I can, in 1 minute. I don't know if we can do business in 1 minute, but based upon the goofy rules, I'm gonna object and make it go to a motion.
Okay. All right, so there is an objection. All right, so we're entertaining the motion so we can start the discussion.
Make a motion to move special order 230204 to after council response.
All right, is there support?
Support.
All right, supported by Councilman Murphy. All right, so any discussion for the 1 minute?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I'm not going to support this because we've done this in the past where people try to move their special orders and it's not in line with Rule 6.8D. So I'm going to stay consistent with that and vote against this.
You said rule 6.8D?
6.8D are our agendas for committees. It's not in line with that, and I just think, well, it's a important discussion. I think that we have to abide by the rules that we voted for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Yes,
Mr. Murphy?
thank you. To my colleague, I thought that we were only, doing a 1 minute to, see if we wanted to move that discussion item up. So it's not like we're finna get into the discussion then, we're going to get into it later on. But she just wanna move the discussion about the appointment of the 7th Ward seat prior to, us getting into all of the other details of the special affairs agenda items. I feel that this position is critical. There are a lot of people, all eyes is on us to move forward on the appointment of the 7th Ward, and people are interested in hearing what we have to say about the process and the hiring. So I didn't think that moving this agenda item up to discuss this prior to us getting into the agenda is a bad thing. So I will be supporting this to get it out the way.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Anyone else like to speak during debate?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. May?
This council has been a stickler about rules and agenda changes, and I really think that they're embarrassing us as a council, allocating 1 minute to do this, 3 minutes to do that. I've never seen it in 30 or 40 years. I'm not going to vote in favor of it because, let's see if people stay here and get the business of the city done. I was appalled at the people who just walked out of the meeting before the business was done and what happened in the last meeting. And so, I'm not going to play ball with some of this foolishness. And so I'll be voting to leave it where it's at and get to the business and take our time and use more than 1 minute to take care of business in more than just this case.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak during the 1 minute round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. I'm in agreement with Councilman Pfeiffer with we need to follow the rules, and I will not be voting or supporting this for the reason that we need to start following some of the rules that we are governed by, council rules, and also our charter. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I too will not be supporting this agenda change. It specifically states in our rules, 6.8D, the order in which our agenda should be. And we do have special orders and discussions near the end of the agenda. You guys, like Councilman May said that you guys are sticklers for for following the rules. Let's follow the rules. So I will not be voting for this agenda change. Thank you.
All right, was that any movement, Ms. Priestley, or no? No? Oh, okay. All right, so seeing that everyone spoke, I'll be the last to speak. So I'm looking at Rule 6.8D. It tells the agendas for committee meetings, such as the format of our agenda. So this is the format for our agenda. However, due to the request for changes and or additions to the agenda, this allows us to redirect items in terms of priority. So we're not, quote unquote, manipulating the agenda, but we are utilizing the council's privilege to make changes and or additions. So again, keeping in mind that this is the standard affairs agenda, and this Rule 6.8 all the way to 6.8D, it tells the format of each specific meeting. This is the hard copy format for every meeting. However, this request for changes and or additions to the agenda allows council the privilege to prioritize items that need to go first, or that council believes should go first. And so I believe that,
Point of order.
okay, what law has been broken?
Your minute is up.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mays. All right, so with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and call for the vote, Madam Clerk. And we're voting to move the 7th Ward special order right underneath council response.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
No.
And the vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
All right, the vote is 4 yes, 4 no. All right, so that fails. So we're gonna move on to resolution 230213, removing of resolution 230213. Is there a motion?
Or, you know,
Yeah, go ahead.
point of information, Madam Chair, you can order that without objection.
Oh, got you. Okay, so we're gonna remove item 230213 without, I'm gonna remove it without objection.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I object. I don't even know what's being proposed here.
Madam Chair, make a motion to drop 230213 and 230217 from the agenda.
All right.
Point of order.
What is your point, Mr. May?
I thought we were doing them separately.
You are correct, Mr. Mays. So,
Madam Chair, I'll restate my motion, 230213. I make a motion to drop that from the agenda.
all right, so it has been a motion to drop 230213. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Council Member Murphy. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Priestley?
Yes, I made this motion because we've already approved this agenda item, and it is a duplicate from past agendas.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
You say, Madam Chair, may I be recognized?
Pardon me?
I'm asking to be recognized.
Oh, okay, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to figure out what's going on. Am I understanding this has already been approved?
Correct.
When, Madam Clerk?
230213 was approved, it looks like in 2022. And I'm not sure whichever one it is, but it was approved last year, and it somehow was resubmitted and entered in.
Well, I tell you what, that clock is blinking 00. I can't get an understanding in 1 minute. I think it's most ridiculous. I've been here since 2013 and 2022, the recast grant. I need to ask some more questions, and I can't do it in 1 minute. So I'm not going to be a part of dropping it until I can get my questions answered. It might take 3, 4, 5 minutes. This is ridiculous. I'll be abstaining or voting no to drop at this time.
I can pull the approved resolution from 2022 for that one and show you where it was approved. The same resolution, identical, was approved last year, and I'll pull that while you discuss.
Okay.
Madam Chair, my time is still there. When I looked at this stuff at home, I seen some extension. I seen 5,500,000. I have questions about this.
All right, anyone else would like to speak? Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Through you to our city clerk, Ms. Donahue. Ms. Donahue, how did it end up on the agenda in the first place, these two items? This wasn't a carryover from Wednesday's meeting?
Yes, I believe so. It was pointed out as staff noticed this one and the other one. Someone in the administration just noticed that it had been approved before, and they just pointed it out, so this was the first opportunity to correct it.
There's some
Oh,
differences
okay.
in here.
Were you able to find this?
Yes.
And it had in fact been approved?
Yes.
Okay.
Point request for information. I don't know who it would go to, but I'm making a request for information.
What's your request?
The other resolution, whether it's Ms. Winfrey Carter or the clerk, I see something here about an extension and $5 million, and this was for $500,000. If I'm on the right resolution, it don't even make sense that it's already been passed in 2022. Do it make sense to y'all?
Okay.
Without pulling, it does say September of 2022, so I'm going to have to assume it was adopted in September
Did you
or around that
talk
time.
about this?
I'm going to pull the original right now.
Okay. All right. So anyone else would like to speak on this resolution?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. And to the public that's here, I want you guys to know that, or watching, this is only, the 1 minute is only for agenda change or to drop this because we done already approved it. So when you see us taking 1 minute for just the agenda change, don't believe that we're not discussing the agenda items. This one right here is being dropped because we already approved it. So if you see us taking 1 minute just to discuss agenda change, we shouldn't take 5 minutes to discuss just the agenda change, to turn around and discuss it again. That'll be taking up extra time. When we get to that agenda, we'll be able to talk about it. So we only taking 1 minute just to do the agenda change, just because eventually we're gonna talk.
Request for information
Mr. May.
through you to Mr. Murphy. If it's dropped and gone, we won't get to it and talk about it, will we?
Mr. May, that was an improper
Yes,
request.
it was.
So, seeing that there is no one else that would like to speak on this specific resolution, we're talking about removing resolution 230213 because it has already been moved and get moved through council. So that's what we will vote on.
I mean, I think I have it. Want to see it before you vote. Yeah, I don't know if somebody wants to see it.
Okay, so the clerk was able to pull up the resolution, so that any,
Point of order. We're at a vote. There was a motion passed by a group of folks for 1 minute. Now, what are you doing now?
my job.
I thought we were at the point of vote.
So I was allowing for the colleagues that would like to see the resolution that we were.
Ma'am, point of
reference.
order.
What is your?
Y'all voted for 1 minute. If everybody done used the 1 minute, let's vote. Either we gonna keep it on here and discuss it with the clerk and you and everybody else, or they gonna drop it. That's where we at, correct? You vote yes or no to drop it or
Mr.
discuss
Mayor, you
it?
don't have the floor, so let's stop talking.
I'm on a point of order waiting for you to rule.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So your point of order is accepted, and we will go ahead and we will move forward. All right, so we will go ahead and vote to remove resolution 230213. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns, He is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because it seems like there's more information that the clerk wants to talk about.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
All right, the vote is, you said,
I'm sorry, 4 yes.
4 yes, 2
2 no,
no,
1
and 1
abstention.
abstention. So that fails. All right. Well, we are on to our last change, and it is to remove Resolution 230217. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to remove 230217 from the agenda.
All right, there is a motion to remove 230217. Any support? Any support?
Support for discussion.
All right, so support by Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
yes, this resolution was approved at our last council meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Priestley.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
through you to the city clerk. Is that accurate statement?
Yes.
So the last, I guess I can discuss that. No, never mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Through you to the clerk, how is, some of these things that's being, dropped, being back on the agenda from the get-go? If they was already approved, why are they appearing again?
Because I put on whatever is submitted by the administration.
It was submitted by the administration?
Yes.
Oh. Did they know it was approved before they resubmitted, or was it just an error,
I think it's just oversight.
oversight? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak for their 1 minute?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. May.
Yeah, when something is on the agenda and motions is made prematurely, giving us 1 minute, I'm just not gonna buy into it. I'm gonna vote not to take it off the agenda. I'm gonna double check with the council, the clerk, the administration, and I'm not gonna do it in 1 minute. The rest of the council can do what it wants to do, but just like the others, I'm not gonna vote to take this off of the agenda until I check and double check, and I can't do it in 1 minute. I'm gonna ask the administration to come forward. I'm gonna check a couple places, then I'll vote. I'm not gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A minute is up.
All right, so anyone else would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and call for the vote to remove Resolution 230217. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Resolution 230217 is removed. So now we will move on to public speaking, where members of the public should have no more than 2 minutes to address City Council on any subject. So first, public speaker.
Oh, yes, ma'am. My name is R.L. Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue. And for the record, what we're going to talk about tonight, I know exactly what we are talking about, lady. You don't have to ask me, do I know what I'm talking about, like Miss Priestley was checking somebody the other day. But it's about the DDA downtown. It's the question for the peoples we asked you is, who going to be held responsible for You know, like they're saying, London Bridge is falling down, My Fair Lady. The building fell down when the man was finishing up the bricks in the streets. Is he being blamed, our engineer being blamed for it? That's why he's gonna retire, just like 7th Ward Council Lady, Miss Gaslighting, or we the peoples wanna know. And stop dipping in our federal money, because you always put our money in the middle of downtown or middle road, never put it in Ward 1, but I'm in Ward 3, but you know who's responsible for this? That Murphy and the people's in the administrative building downstairs. He's never been up here once since he's been in administration. And now he messing with the city clerk, Donahue, making her look like it's been a bad reputation and messing up the papers. But the Lord, yeah, and another thing, last week, we people want the answers from our city attorney about the speaking. When I was speaking, you got Miss Miss Weston got up and walked out, and Tim wouldn't even address. I want you to, could we the people take it to the federal county building and sue Tim for not giving us straight answers? Madam Chair, hello? Because you're wasting our money too much. Is them double zeros on my time up?
It is up. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
all right.
Arell. Next public speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jan Marie Arbor, resident of the 7th Ward and spokesperson for 7th Ward Friends and Neighbors, a coalition of concerned citizens. I'm here this evening to extend a hearty thank you to those of you who attended last week's 7th Ward Interim Council Forum at the Brennan Senior Center. And I'd like to give a very special thank you to our guest speaker, City Clerk Davina Donahue, for providing not only valuable information regarding the vacancies appointment process to both the public and the 5 applicants present, but also for endorsing the forum as a good opportunity for the residents to get to know the applicants. Thank you, Ms. Donahue, and thank you, council who were present. For those council persons who were unable to attend the forum, I encourage you to view it with a discerning eye on your Flint City Council YouTube channel, as it provides a unique opportunity to learn not only of the applicant's work and life experiences, but also to gain insight into their personalities, and importantly, into how information and questions presented are received, processed, and responded to. Admittedly, there are some mic problems and you will not be able to hear some of the questions. Along with your interviews or collection of information, the forum is certain to assist with helping to make an informed selection. 7th Ward residents understand that charter gives council responsibility to appoint an applicant to fill the vacated council seat. And with that, we, the residents, ask that you be objective in your decision-making while considering any input you receive from 7th Ward residents,
Ms.
which the
Jean-Marie?
charter does not prohibit.
That's your time.
Thank you. May I please finish my sentence? It won't take long. Please, madam.
We have to be fair.
It would be fair. It won't take long, I promise you. Please, madam, this is an important matter, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents, if you would be so generous.
Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Ultimately, we want good representation for the 7th Ward and an effective working member on this council. We want a representative who will commit to the work to be done, a person who will listen to constituents and will do his or her best to objectively represent the interests of the ward and this city, and do so without favoring any particular person or special interest. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next public speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Doug Matthews. I live in the 7th Ward, and I'm an applicant for the 7th Ward vacancy. I'm also a retired social worker. I'm here to talk about how social work can play a positive role in city governance. Social work, with its problem-solving skills and community engagement, is a powerful tool for decision-making at city council level. Effective communication, engagement, and collaboration are at the heart of social work. By actively listening to the community, building authentic relationships, and fostering inclusive dialogue, city leaders informed by social work principles can achieve positive outcomes that truly reflect the needs and aspirations of their constituents. Social workers possess a diverse range of skills that greatly benefit city government. They advocate for the needs of vulnerable populations, working to address systemic inequalities and ensure equal access to opportunities for everyone. By organizing and mobilizing communities, social workers foster collective action, empowering individuals and groups to recognize their own strengths and contribute to solving their own problems. Evaluations of programs and initiatives is crucial. Social workers assess their effectiveness, allocate resources efficiently, and design initiatives that promote community well-being. Moreover, they conduct research to guide evidence-based decision-making, ensuring our policies and strategies lead to equitable outcomes. In conclusion, social work in city governance provides invaluable insights and skills. Let's embrace its power to create a stronger, more inclusive city. Together, we can address challenges, foster partnerships, and shape a better future for everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next public speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tom Hutchison, Executive Director of Genesee County Habitat for Humanity, and I'm here to advocate for the home repair funds. Not only that you approve the $5 million that have been proposed, but also to allocate additional funds. In the time that I've run the home repair program and have worked at Habitat for Humanity, we've found that it takes, on average, about $17,000 to address the critical needs of the homeowners that apply for our program. At that price point, the $5 million will help about 300 Flint residents repair their homes, and as we all know, the need is much greater than that. So I applaud you on your efforts to allocate funds towards alleviating this issue, and it will provide critical help to homeowners that are in desperate need of these services. I ask that you approve the $5 million and also allocate additional funds if possible and as needed. Thank you.
Next public speaker, please.
My name is Bethany and I live in the 6th Ward. I've lived here long enough to realize that the people aren't thought of here, the taxpayers. During the water crisis, I called and begged. I had like an inch of sand in my tub. I paid over $4 grand to have my bathroom repaired. The water was just gushing into the basement because the bathroom just disintegrated. I had to get a new tub. It scratched the tub, the sand. I asked the city, they told me the water was fine. And then one day they were doing the fire hydrants, the same junk that was coming in my house and my neighbor's house they told me it was gunk. I find it appalling when they use our blight funds to tear down buildings downtown that weren't even condemned to build for-profit apartments. I think money's going into the hands of people that they could have afforded to tear down their buildings themselves if they wanted them. So I'm tired. It would seem like nobody wanted to help the people with any of this ARPA money, and Saginaw people already got furnaces. I know I have friends up there, they already got roofs. There's something wrong here and nobody sees it.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Mercedes Kinney. I'm one of the 5 people that's running for the 7th Ward. And the reason I'm running is that I would like to see some different things happening in my ward. I would like to be inclusive. I would like bringing people together. I've lived there for, again, 23 years, and I've seen a lot of people come and go. And we try to hang on to our people. We try to help them in any way we can help them. And I wasn't prepared to stand up here and do this, but I just want to say who I am, what I would bring, how I am involved with my community, and I just appreciate being considered. And I thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Claire McClinton, Flint resident, coming back again to urge the council to make a motion and pass a resolution to amend the opera fund budget to reallocate and set aside $16 million, additional dollars, towards home rehabilitation and repair. You know, we are just tired of waiting. This once-in-a-lifetime fund that came directly to our city should be harnessed into seeing some visible improvement and some population stability in our Flint community. Now, there's some problems with the $5 million that you've already allocated because there's all kinds of, that's proposed. There's all kind of barriers, income barrier, pay your taxes is paid barrier, your water been paid barrier. We need this $16 million to be a standalone fund that the city administers to get rid of these barriers and go after the needs of people. Now, we don't throw shade at the Habitat. They've done some wonderful work. But people who need help is not gonna get it through that system. It's a barrier. It's barriers there. But the city, you don't tell us you don't have capacity. That's nonsense. You had capacity to do pipe replacement, 80-something millions of dollars. You don't have capacity for $16 million? But Habitat do? That don't make no sense. So the city needs to take charge why you would give away your powers and authority to a committee that don't nobody know nothing about is beyond us. We didn't vote for a committee. We voted for you.
Thank you, Ms. McClinton.
And people will remember if the $16 million do not pass.
Next other speaker, please.
First of all, I'd like to say good evening. My name is Ira Gilbert. I am a candidate for the 7th Ward City Council seat. I want to introduce myself to you tonight. I know I'll see you later in the week. But I want to let you know, you want to hire somebody who knows how to deal with people, who knows how to walk in respect, to handle responsibility properly, and to treat each other as human beings. I'm the candidate of your choice. Thank you.
Next speaker. All right, any more speakers? All right.
Good evening, Council. I'm Mike Kilbreth. I rise tonight because last winter, I urged this council to put the golf course lease out for bid. Mr. Carpenter was in Florida at the time. I spoke on his behalf, and he has 17 partners or community leaders that wanted to keep the golf course alive, especially for kids, and the price range that it has, because most of the courses around the county are very, very expensive. The course is deteriorated. I sent someone out yesterday, as a matter of fact, and he asked about are you the new owners? And they said, no, we've had it several years. And he went on to say, well, is the golf course changing hands? I heard something in the media about it being out for bid. He goes, oh no, we got it under control. We have the mayor in our back pocket. And that's an exact quote. If anybody'd like to hear it, we have a tape recording of that. So I think something needs to be done. I think it was about November, I was here before, and this council, I believe, voted 9-0 to put it out for bid. We can't even get the bid specs. We can't get the old contract. We can't get the financials that were turned in that Quincy Murphy asked for. And I think I'll close with this. As Councilman Murphy said, you know, $15,000, you can't even get a good studio apartment in this county, let alone rent 2 golf courses, a lunch on the restaurant on the Kersey Lake course, and a full bar at Swartz Creek. I mean, $15,000 for a year and you get both of those? Something's wrong here, council. And I would like someone to make a referral to the FBI and then a referral to the city administration to let them explain why they haven't put it out for bid when you asked weeks ago, months ago, to put it out for bid. I just don't get it.
Any other public speakers? All right, so seeing none, public speaking. Oh, I'm so sorry. You snuck up there. Go ahead, sir.
I'm here to second the.
Give your name.
I'm sorry. My name is John Carpenter. I'm here to second the motion that Mr. Kilbreth just made. I have been soliciting solicit your help in getting a copy of the bid, a copy of the existing contract, a copy of the financial statement, or more important, a copy of the date for which this bid is to be submitted. It's all your responsibility to see that the city gets the highest and best price for this. I assure you that I'm eminently qualified in having turned the golf course around in the past. I have the sufficient financial means to do so, and would like to submit a bid. So I'm soliciting your assistance in getting me a copy of the outline of the bid and a date for which that needs to be submitted. It's been about 3 months now, and Mr. Kilbreth and I have been going back and forth. He spoke about to you all in my absence when I was in Florida, starting some 6 months ago. I don't know anything more now than I did at that time. And so this latest story is the reason that I came here. I said, well, I'll come here myself and ask you all, give me a copy of the bid. I'd like to submit the bid. And you have all asked the city to do that, and so far I haven't heard anything. Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing that we don't have, all right, one more public speaker.
Hi, my name is Audrey Young Muhammad. I live in the 2nd Ward. I'm calling about item, this is on here on the agenda, 230-236, with the suspension conduct, the unbecoming of City Council member Eric Mays. And it's a resolution, and it just got added to my understanding of the agenda late this afternoon. I'm speaking up in behalf of Councilman Eric Mays. You know, the best way to just say it is this. There has been behavior from several council members here that has been very unbecoming to the community. And have a suggestion here that he be suspended until September the 1st. That's not acceptable. Councilman Mays is representing the 1st Ward, and he should be allowed to continue to represent the 1st Ward. He not only represents the 1st Ward, but he often come in and help and assist those in other wards. I can call him anytime and get help and assistance like I can with several other ones. And not saying that you all may have helped some people in some shape, form, and fashion, but I do know I have relied on Councilman Mays at least 8, 9, 10 years. So it's no reflection to just you all that's here, but I have called him and have got led to the right department, have gotten assistance to get things done. I just think that if he gets suspended that we should also suspend several of the other ones that's here, especially when there was a lie that was published in the paper concerning myself and someone else on a conduct that it actually was proven that I did not do what the council person lied and said.
Ms. Young?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's your time, because you had an extra minute before that started.
You said that was my time. I had an extra minute before that started.
Yeah, so that had a minute delay, and so that minute was your time for your 2 minutes.
So we have, oh, well, no. That's not my fault. Y'all messed up. Let's be for real. Let's do it. Then if I didn't see the time, I can hardly even see the clock. I get to see some of the numbers as they're going through. So it's supposed to be a 2 minute?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. And you're saying that my 2 minutes is already over and up?
Yes.
Did any of the rest of you council people see that and can confirm that and verify that?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
Let her wrap up just as you did the person in the 7th Ward.
Thank you. So I say this, if his conduct says that he should be suspended, let's start and go around the room and suspend those other ones that cursed out folks, that wanted to brag about bringing guns in on other folks too, and lying on the community.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Yolandria Gentry, and I spoke a couple of weeks ago about the Black Lives Matter, retouch painting of the Black Lives Matter mural had been stopped, and I just wanted to point out some things about the mural. And Black Lives Matter street murals are all over the United States. That's right, say that. The Black Lives Matter mural on ML King Street needs retouching, and volunteers have committed to completing the project. MDOT stated having a street mural is safe to have and actually lessens the amount of traffic accidents. MDOT gave instructions on how to properly do the mural to the volunteers who originally put it down and who were retouching the paint. Also, the same texture paint that is used on crosswalks and streets by the Michigan DOT is the same type of paint that would be used for the BLM mural. The Black Lives Matter mural is bringing communities together, providing inclusiveness for all of the residents in the community with a project that brings pride to the community as a whole, and we have something to look up to, which is unity. Also, there was also police presence at all 3 event days of the retouch painting of the mural. And also, the mayor said in a meeting, which included Mrs. E. Hill Deloney, founder of the traditional Flint Juneteenth festivities, that mega supporters demanded that they had a mega mural painted also, and he refused, and they threatened to sue the city. I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
And can this matter be resolved?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
John Billings of the First Ward. I want to know if you guys know the water lid, the lid that's in the water is steady rising. But where it's coming up now, creeping slowly to over the federal guidelines, it'll be there if you guys don't do nothing about it. And I don't think the lid shouldn't have been risen at all.
That's right.
So who can explain why our lid is rising in our water? That's one point I'd like to make. Second point I'd like to make is on Councilman Eric Mays. He's my councilman. If you suspend him, I think all y'all should be suspended from this conduct. You let her get up and just stand over and bully people and ain't gave her one reprimand. My councilman do that. He out of here. So if y'all showing y'all differences like he said y'all are, it looks like it. It really do look like it. How can you allow her to stand over Miss Burns? Not do nothing. Twice. See, we the people getting fed up down here. We the people is getting fed up with what y'all doing down here. And it's showing. So like I say, if you suspend him, suspend all y'all.
Any more public speakers? Okay, so seeing none, public speaking is now closed. And now it's time for council comment. Any council comment?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
This resolution came to my attention about 5 minutes or more before council meeting started. I reviewed the tape on my own. I've contacted my attorneys. When you look at the tape of the meeting in question that they want to suspend me for, I use the word asshole. Now you look back and Ms. Worthing, a white female council person, called me a narcissistic asshole. Not once, but twice. I highlighted it because Ms. Burns said, well, you asked her to repeat it. I say, if I asked her to do a belly flop off of City Hall, would she do it? If I asked her to do a somersault off the Mackinac Bridge, would she do it? So it's well documented. When the white woman say asshole, nothing happens. Because Liddell Lewis, Quincy Murphy, they get mad when I say they act biased toward the whites. But what we're gonna see and what we will litigate, if they treat me differently for starting out saying asshole, it ain't said nothing to date with the white woman, it's a problem. When we were dealing with the janitorial contract, Mr. Murphy said shit, then cuss before. It's a case called a cussing canoeist. They might better be careful. They cussing a little on ABC 12 now. So when these folks get holier than thou, those who buying and selling food stamps, oh, I'll wait because the time is up. I'm ready to talk about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
But Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, that's your
point
time.
Point of order.
What law has been broken? What rule has been broken?
Discrimination. If people can go over.
Mr. Mays, that's
well, let me finish my point of order. You out of order if you interrupt a privileged motion. I know you want to throw me out and warn me. You do it every meeting. But my point of order is don't be so rude not to let me and the public wrap up. Treat us the same. Thank you so much.
Next council member.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Ms. McClinton, after the meeting Wednesday, you said that you knew where the 16 million that you want to add to the ARPA budget to home repair would come from. And yet I've heard nothing from anybody regarding that information. So if you have ideas, let me know, please. Thank you.
Any other council member would like to respond? Any other council member would like to respond?
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yeah.
I hear,
So could someone please silence their cell phone in the audience, please? Thank you. So, all right, so next council member?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. To all of the speakers, thank you for coming in. This is your council, and it's your time to speak, but we're required to listen to you. Habitat for Humanity, I agree we do, and Ms. Claire McClinton, there's a lot of home repairs, and we are not getting to those. And this 5 million is broken up, and all of it doesn't even go to Habitat for Humanity. They don't even get it all. It's broken up into different organizations. And so I don't even know how that part was arrived at. I really don't. But when we look at it, and I hear all the things with the candidates who are coming in, you're gonna have a tall order, and there's a lot of work to be done. And there's a whole bunch. And I've been getting emails, and I appreciate the emails from the 7th Ward residents to let us know. I don't even like having to pick the person for the 7th Ward temporarily, because 7th Ward knows what they require and what they want. Right. But it's going to be our position to do it. I don't want it to just to be a 5th vote before a person who can be impartial, fair, and understand the dynamics of your ward, because it's unique. The 7th Ward is very unique. In regards to, we talk about having Councilman Mays removed. People swear on this council. So to say that anyone's peace has been breached, it has not. And that's what, even when we deal with the police. You know, when we set a standard that cussing is okay, and it's been okay. I've been called a narcissistic asshole by the same person who towered over me twice. And that's violence to me. And so if we talk about suspending one person, we need to suspend the other person that I had and was forced to file a police report on.
Thank you,
We come
Ms.
here to
Burns.
do, excuse me, Madam Chair, could I wrap up, please?
Wrap up your last statement. And just for the record, according to council rules, it's a courtesy. We're not supposed to let anyone wrap up. So just for the record, we're not supposed to. So Ms. Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the courtesy. So for the people who are coming in, we got our work to do. And I hope that the 7th Ward, we can work together to pick the right person, not just the 5th vote, but the right person. And thank you for indulging me, Madam Chair.
Anyone else who'd like to speak?
Yes,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for being engaged in the process. To Ms. Claire McClendon, you know what? You are absolutely correct. $5 million, that's not enough. I spoke on this before. We've had over 7,000 or 700, I'll rephrase that, 700 individuals to put in the intake form for home repairs. So with that, you know, $5 million is not enough. I'm all for increasing the amount to 16 million additional dollars because it's needed. That's right, it is. This money is for the residents. And I'm not gonna hold it up. Thank you. And then in reference to this resolution about Councilman Mays, if we suspend Councilman Mays, then there's other members on this council that need to be suspended. When you're enticing someone to get up and fight you or hit you, then that person should be suspended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other council member like to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers, to Mr. Carpenter and the other gentleman that spoke. I just put in a referral to the administration to get a status update of the bid process to see where we at on that. So hopefully I'll be able to hear something from that. To Claire McClinton, point of the barriers of people being able to apply for home improvement funds. What I done as a council person, I went and met with Habitat a couple of times, probably over a half a dozen. Went in and sat with their staff and tried to learn the process of the behind the scenes of how their operation works. The barriers do not come from Habitat for Humanity. The barriers come from either city ordinance that does not allow us to be able to use funds, federal funds, to make improvement in people's homes if they behind in in water bills or whatever. So that's not a policy made. Barriers is not put together by Habitat. When Habitat get funding, and if you guys, when y'all do y'all research, because you guys are activists and y'all out there fighting and y'all love to read and do research, do your research, go to Habitat, talk to them, and see what the policy is, because when they get federal.
Point of order. I can't hear what he's saying. The crowd is, I don't know what's
Okay.
going on.
So, excuse me, we must have order. We must have order in council chambers. Please.
Can I get my time back? All right, thank you. So I'm for funding and additional funding, but you gotta also remember, when we just did community development block grant, Councilman Murphy asked for some funding to give Habitat some more money. So when you talk about trying to raise that threshold to help people like them, I didn't get the votes on city council. So on one hand, y'all want us to take ARPA dollars and give them funding, but on the other hand, when we just had an opportunity to give them community development block grant dollars, I couldn't get 5 votes on this council to give them additional dollars. And then on the last piece, when it comes down to me being disrespected, being called a house nigga and all of that, I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what nobody say, and we got to be careful.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, that term wasn't used. It was handkerchief head Negro, wasn't it?
Excuse me, we need order in the audience. And if we could have our security, let's make sure that we have order in the gallery so we can proceed. All right. Thank you.
Point of order,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
So,
You sponsored this resolution. The N-word has never come out.
Mr. Mays, you don't
Point
have
of
the
order.
floor. Okay, so what law has been broken? What
Point
was
of
been
order.
broken? What was been broken?
The point is that the only person used the N-word so far has been Mr. Murphy. You're saying nothing as it relates to decorum. That's a very offensive word to some of us. And it hasn't been used until he used it. Now you can rule on it and we can move on, but I know how you operate.
So, Mr. Murphy, that's your time. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, so seeing that we don't have any more council speakers, I will go ahead and be the last. So I definitely understand the sentiment that the residents would like more dollars allocated toward home repair. Well, you know, we approved this budget back in last year. And so right now, it's like fourth quarter. And so just like Councilperson Priestley said, well, bring your recommendations where you want to remove money from. Because if you want more money from your home, have to take some money away from some trees. If you want more money for your home, I see a great place where we can remove it. We can remove some money, what is this, $800 and something thousand dollars set aside for insurance, water bill, and taxes. Let's get rid of that. And then we can go ahead and put that towards people's homes. And if you need some help with those items, and if you need some, Metcalf, can we just make sure that we have an order? Because we shouldn't have anyone yelling out. That's out of order. So you can have programs like MISTA, because MISTA has helped some council people pay their bills. So go ahead and, we can use those resources to pay for those homeowner insurance, water bills, and taxes. So I'm okay with that, but you can't come up here telling us to give you more money that we don't have. I don't have a money machine, a money maker, or a money tree. So where would you like it to come from? Because it must come from somewhere. So where would you like it to come from? So I just encourage all of the supporters that say that they want an additional $16 million to please show us where that will come from. Because you can't have it two ways, just like last week when we were talking about allocating a $300,000 to $400,000 to the police. Well, again, that's 30 to 40 roofs that could be put on homes. So you can't take small bites out of the money and expect a big result. Be clear, where will the money come from so we can serve you better? So with that being said, that concludes council remarks. And now we will move on to
Madam Chair, point of order.
Ms. Priestley.
Will you please direct the audience everyone to silence their cell phones? Per council rules, all cell phones are to be silenced.
Thank you. So as a reminder, let's make sure that we take personal calls outside of the chambers as well as we silence our cell phones. Because we hear everything in this small chambers. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so now it's time for the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda with any separations?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
I make motion to accept, to send the consent agenda to council.
Okay, is there a second?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Worthing.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
yeah, I've got separations. I want to separate 230211, something to do with speed humps. I also want to separate 230213. That was the recast.
Point of order.
Oh, what's your point?
Didn't we go ahead and drop that?
No, it didn't pass.
It didn't pass?
No. Go proceed, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, I want to separate that one. That has to do with recast. And I also want to definitely separate 230226. That's the ARPA fund as it relates to Flint homeowner assistance. And I also want to separate the resolution 230236. That's suspending council member Eric Mays. And so I want to separate that one as well. When it comes to the appointments, I want to separate the appointment to the Hurley Board of Managers 230219. And for right now, those are my separations.
All right, any more separations?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Byrne?
Point of information.
Go ahead, 1 second.
For you to, Councilman Mays, I don't see the one resolution.
If I may honor your request for information, here goes a copy of 230236, the suspension of Councilmember Mays. My information tell me it was sponsored by Judy Priestley and Liddell Lewis.
All right, Ms. Byrne.
Yes. I didn't write down all of Councilman Mays. So so did he separate 230226?
226? I believe so.
Yes, he did. He separate 230229?
No.
Can we separate that, please? And then 230233, that's complete towing. And 230234, land bank, demolition, fire, insurance escrow.
Hold on, you said complete tone, right? And
Yeah.
what number? Okay,
That
that's
one
223?
is.
233?
Yep, two, that's a lot of twos. 230233.
And then you said the next one was the one right underneath it?
Yes, the 230234, the Genesee County Land Bank, demolition reimbursement fire insurance escrow funds. And then I want to separate, because I still have questions, because this was a question with the trash, the 230238, I don't know if you separated that with the priority. Okay. And then 230239.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Through you to Ms. Burns, did you separate 230235?
I did not. I did not separate that one yet. Madam Chair, could I separate 230235?
Sure.
And then I would like to, I want to separate 230118.
Request for information.
Go
Through you to Ms. Burns, did you separate 230237?
Hold on, I got everything spread out. No, but I do have that on my to separate. So, yes, 230237. This is a big agenda. And then the last one would be, did we have to separate 230219? Is that one separated? Okay.
Requests for information. Are the appointments in with the resolutions as the consent agenda? And I have some separations of my own.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Barnes, just to be clear, so did you say 237 and also 239?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's it, Madam Chair.
All right. Ms. Worthing?
Trying to find it now. Okay. I'll separate 230230 and 230231.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I have one separation, 230225.
230235?
225.
225, okay.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
I have a separation, 230118, if that was not already
You
separated.
said 118?
Yep.
I think it's already separated.
All right, I'm sorry, I was working off my old agenda, so.
Okay. All right. So, it looks like we only have, we have more than that. Okay, not a problem. All right, and I would like to separate 230220. All right. So, is that all? All righty. All right.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
could you please restate all the separations?
Sure.
Just make sure I have them.
Okay, so we will be separating resolution 230211, 230213, 230225, 230226, 230229, 230233, 230234, 230235, 23.
Can you slow down for me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Going fast and I'm trying to circle one.
Okay. 230235.
Wait, did you say 230229 already?
You said 229? I did. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a lot.
Let me slow it down, gang. Yep, so I did say 230229, 230233, 230234, 230-235, 230-236, 230-237, 230-238, 230-239, 230-118, 230-219, 230-220, 230-230, 230-231. Yeah, that one. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and do a roll call vote to accept the consent agenda. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so the consent agenda has now been moved to council. Now we will start with our first resolution that's been separated. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priest?
I'll make a motion to send 230211 to council.
All right. Is there any support?
Support.
Support by Ms. Burns.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
there was a guy in here who told me that he knew that this recast grant had been approved. Is he still in the room? Can you come forward if you may,
Madam
through
Chair.
you, Madam Chair, this gentleman?
Point of order.
What is your point?
Mr. Mays is on the wrong resolution. We are on resolution 230211, the speed humps.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'm on the one about recast, and I'm supposed to be on the speed humps. That's the one that's moving the council, I'm sorry, sir. This is a resolution for $125,000 dealing with speed humps. I get calls from Baldwin Street, Mott Street, Holmes Street, and I'm sure other council people get calls as well. Anybody in their right mind would know that to put speed humps in the city of Flint costs more than $125,000. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards or Mr. McGuire, who can elaborate why and who's bringing this to us for $125,000? And the clock is ticking. I've never seen such a request. Where do they go? How many of them is it? 10, 12? Do you take them up in the wintertime? What is this?
Yes, this will get us 37.
37. And how many do you have down now?
We got 25 down now.
And how much did that cost?
That was
70-some thousand dollars, because if it was more than $70-some thousand, it was illegal because the mayor couldn't spend more than $75,000 without council approval. I think it's some games being played. Who's gonna pick where they go?
We're trying to come up with an application.
An application from who? Neighborhood associations, residents, council people? Who?
That's our council people.
Is it another secret community board that's recommending where they go, or who you taking recommendations from? If I approve it, I'll make an amendment that the council people can say where they go. And $125,000 ain't enough, is it?
No, not without the request.
Yeah, that includes the labor. You take them up in the wintertime for
That's
snow.
not including any labor, no.
It's not including any labor. This need to be sent back to committee. It need to be discussed. It need to be more money. There needs to be an amendment that council people can have input on where they go in their wards. I see a lot to be desired here. I'm gonna give my colleagues a chance to say what they wanna say, but I done gave you a list. I'm gonna amend it, that council people can have input. I'm gonna amend it, it should be more than 125,000. I wanna hear more about the labor. Do you pick them up in the wintertime? For me, the way it looks and the way it's being brought, it's a political foolery. That's what I call it. I'm gonna create a new name. This is a political foolery. Somebody in the mayor's office or somewhere is trying to excite the people and make my phone ring more than it should, when clearly from this amount of money, it ain't gonna get done right. And I know they've been over in the 6th Ward about El Dorado Drive, and my phone been ringing from that. Well, we got them in other parts of town. I'm not gonna play politics with speed humps and give y'all the opportunity to help who you want. We gonna do them right, we gonna do them adequate, and we gonna do them equitable across the board. I'll wait till the next round of discussion. You can have my 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Would we repeat the question?
Oh my God, you went there, man.
No, I made statements and questions. I ain't got no questions. I already know what's happening. I
We do take
made
them up in
statements, Mr. McGuire.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you, Mr. McGaha. And so you might want to stay there. They might have some more questions for you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so it's Councilman Murphy first, and then you. Go ahead, Councilman Murphy.
I'm yet to see one speed hump in the 3rd Ward. Are you familiar with any speed humps in the 3rd Ward at all?
I would have to look at my map.
Because I'm not, and I know we've been residents have requested, but some of the streets are busy streets, like Selby Street and
Yeah, we can't put them on
Western
major
Road. We
roads.
can't do that, so some of the stuff is just we wasn't able to do because it's a busy street, but I was thinking, okay, you say you got 25 now. Out of the 25, how many in the 3rd Ward? And I'm not sure my colleagues, how many they have in their ward, so I'm not sure where those 25 are identified. I really would like to see some in the 3rd Ward if you guys going to be distributing speed humps. It's not fair to us that we don't get not one, and all these other wards got speed humps in their area, and I don't know what they did or how that process happened for them to get speed humps. I know the 6th Ward got speed humps. I know it's by Sarvis Park that I went over, so I do want to see some distributed equally throughout the ward. So whatever we do, whether we increase this, I just want to make sure that we fair about putting them in all wards and not just in particular areas of the city of Flint. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
It'll be Mr. Pfeiffer, then you. Ms. Priest. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Mr. McGaha, I too get requests for speed bumps. 30 is nowhere near the amount I believe that is needed. But I think that's a different conversation for what this. My question to you is, why are we paying $60,000? Half of this is for freight. Half of this $120,000 is freight. I don't know, I could rent a damn boat from China for 60 grand. So how are we allocating half of this $125,000 to freight? A speed bump and a setup is $1,680, and we're paying freight of $1,665. Make that make sense. Can't we send somebody to Indianapolis to pick these up for a mere fraction of this dollar amount?
We could look into it, but we usually don't, leave the state to pick up items, but it's something we could look into, sure.
I mean, to me, this needs to go back. We need to have more discussions. We need to figure out a different way to make these dollars stretch, and spending half of this allocation on freight doesn't seem like it's a good idea to me. I mean, I don't know how many I have in my word, maybe one or two. But residents are begging for them. If we spend half of the amount allocated on freight, I think that's a disservice to the community. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to make a substitute motion to send this back to finance.
Support.
Okay, so there is a substitute motion to send back to finance. 1 second. Okay. All right, so it has been moved and properly supported by Councilwoman Priestley. And just to let everyone know, the substitute motions are, thank you. 1 round, 3 minutes per council member.
Madam Chair?
All right, so go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
Do you have other orders from the same company with the freight or any other company? I'm assuming costs have went up quite a bit because of COVID, like all the materials have, but I'd like to see just a comparison.
I'd have to go through and look at the old invoice.
Okay.
To see.
And then for the committee meeting, can you please share with us the plan for the speed humps? That way, when we do get constituents calling us, because we all do, we can say, this is the plan, this is the research that it was, and they're not thinking that it's favoritism or just, any old way. So the more information we have, the more we can share with our constituents on how you developed a plan for these and where they went. If you could please send that by the next committee meeting. Thank you.
Anyone else on this refer to committee motion?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Do you think it'll just, I hear what you're saying with the 60,000, that's a lot of money. But can we, is the 60,000 just for, every time we order? So say if we order this and then turned around and order some more additional, is that additional 60,000? Because what I was thinking, and maybe we could just add some funds through our reserve funds to add some additional dollars here to keep the order moving, to not hold it up. We halfway in the summer. By us sitting this back to finance is going to delay us ordering the speed humps. That's what concerns me. I hear what you're saying with the 60,000, but I'm just thinking we probably should look at just finding some additional dollars and adding some additional dollars right now out of the reserve funds that we have and move forward. That's just my thought to my colleagues. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm gonna reserve my time and move forward to hear from y'all.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Okay, so this, for people who haven't really examined this, the speed humps themselves are $1,680.40. The shipping per speed hump is $1,665. Almost, it's $15 difference between the price of the shipping and the price of the speed hump. So it doubles the cost. So if we can find a way to reduce those, because they are heavy. They are heavy. If we can reduce the price of shipping, we can get more speed humps because they are wanted in the city. I mean, I have one resident who right after it was installed, I drove by and asked him what he thought about it, and he says it's the most entertainment he's ever had because people come up to it and go, oh no, it's there, and they slow down. So, you know, let's go ahead and send it back to committee. And in the meantime, Mr. McGaha, if you could evaluate or find out if we can get a truck and a couple of people, it would be cheaper to pay people to drive down there, spend the night, pick them up and drive them back than it is to ship them here.
Yes, I'll check out our
So
options.
if we could do that, maybe we don't have a vehicle, or we can lease a vehicle, you know, like one of those Hertz lease box trucks to bring them up. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Real quick though, what is the lead time on these? And are we proposing that any of these be installed this calendar year, or would they be spring?
I'm assuming by the time we got them, it would probably be in the spring.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
thank you. I'm sitting here because, and I'm thinking, the initial request for the speed humps, that was used as a campaign ploy. Now, here we are, sitting here talking about speed humps. Now, our mayor used that as a campaign ploy, but he didn't think that the entire city needed speed humps. And my thing is, if you don't have enough to go around the whole city, then you don't need to purchase. But now we've been getting calls. I've been getting several calls about speed humps. When I first got elected, I was told that you can't even put, I guess I asked for the wrong thing. I asked for speed bumps. I didn't know it was a difference in a speed bump and a speed hump. But Mr. McGaha, you told me through an email, and I still have the email, that we can't put down speed bumps.
Well, we never allowed any type.
I'm talking, thank you. But here we are, talking about speed humps. So we talk about, we got 25 speed humps the first round. Now we get ready to get 37 speed humps. There's still not enough speed humps. If you don't have enough speed humps to go over the whole city, we don't need speed humps. We need to come up with something more or something different, or we need to put more money into this pot. I totally agree with Councilman Mays. It's still not going to be right. And I have speed humps in the 5th Ward that I didn't even know I had speed humps. That wasn't right. At least let the council person know, hey, we're going to put a speed hump on so-and-so street. We're going to put a speed hump on this street. The council people didn't even know that they were getting speed humps. The speed humps just miraculously showed up one night. So here we are talking about speed humps. I'll be voting to send this back to committee. We need more discussion about these speed humps. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll be voting to send it back to committee, but when it gets to committee, we need to change or suspend these goofy rules. When it go back to committee, we need a serious conversation. We don't need to be in 2-3 minute clocks trying to learn and do about speed humps and making resolutions and having council input in their ward and all of that. This is problematic. I've been in council meetings for 30 to 40 years, and this council don't know. We've never ever had a 3 and 5 minute clock on taking care of the city business. So I'm gonna vote to send it back to committee. But when it get there, let's have a real discussion without the clock. Not just on speed humps, but on the business of the city. Herc and Rhoda helped y'all make these goofy rules. Kate Fields helped and y'all ain't never seen them. You need to go back and look at council. We were able to discuss and take care of business among ourselves. You're imposing hindrance on yourself in order to take care of multi-million-dollar business in the administration of money in this city. And it ain't right. So, easy vote for me to send it back. But when it get back, I'm hoping, Mr. McGuire, you and whoever's coming up with this be prepared to really talk business. Miss Winfrey Carter is right. It started out as a campaign ploy. That's my political and professional opinion. And now, it's got to be more than that. They used to have a commercial come on about a cassette tape or something. They said, is it real or is it Memorex? Y'all remember that? When I do business, I want it to be real. I want it to be Memorex or whatever. I'm not out to play games with the people. And I'd be doggone if I'm gonna let the people of the First Ward get shortchanged. They've already been shortchanged in this area. And I'm not gonna play politics with you, Neely, or nobody else. I'm gonna fight for these folks, and I'm gonna fight for equity, and I'm gonna spend the money the way that they request me to. Thank you so much.
Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Ms.
I
Byrne.
think I'm the last one. Mr. McGuire, good evening. I know you don't like the speed humps, and is that why I do have a lot of them in my ward. And it wasn't for prioritizing, I promise you. It was not that I was giving any favoritism, not at all. But there is a speed hump in front of Mayor Neely's home. For those who didn't get him, he has a speed hump. So can we, some of these speed humps, I'm watching the wear and tear, some of the sections pop up. I'm not for sure I like the quality of them. And I'm now on that side with you because I'm looking at some of these issues with them coming up. And I don't know if we can have it down temporarily. And I know in Chicago, they got like speed mountains, but theirs is cement. And I know we do it because of the plowing, but maybe, I don't know, I just don't see like these speed humps. I know they're temporary, but they're just not enough for some streets, because as soon as they get over that speed hump, they take right back off if it's a long street. So one speed hump is not enough. And it seems when I'm looking at areas where I've seen speed humps effectively made or put down in Chicago, and they get more snow than we get because they get lake effect. You know, what is their program that if they have them, you know, do you not plow the streets if you put them down on the residential streets around schools and parks? Because they do have them around schools and parks and post offices for some reason. But these speed humps, I'm not sure about the quality. I'm not convinced that they're, you know, I've seen those sections come up, you know, and you have to make sure they're put back down, you know, and then you got to take them up in the winter and put them back down in the spring, which this, you know, the price does not include the labor. And this freight is not competitive. The freight is high. It's high. So is it something that we can do with having permanent ones with the cement?
I was told no, but I can look into it more.
Yeah,
I was told the concrete ones are only for private property only, and I don't know if that's just a Michigan law or not.
Yeah, we could check into that because those seem to be more feasible because we've got problems on our residential streets. They think this is the Autobahn. Stop signs are optional and they take off soon as they cut a corner. And so if we could check that, because the quality as I'm seeing, I don't really care for the quality of them. I don't know if you, and you probably, I don't want to put you on the spot like that, but I'm looking at those sections and that wear and tear, and it's not, and this is a residential, and some of these streets aren't like main thoroughfares for residential, and them sections are popping up, and they get loose, and it's just, I'm not convinced with this as an issue. Cement, I would, and we could put more cement down and have it much more effective in residential areas, and it's permanent. I personally would say, hey, don't maybe do the snow anyway, so by the time they get to our snow, let's keep the streets safe, because they fly up and down these streets.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so Mr. McGuire, I'm the last, so I'll ask you this question. So, Mr. Mays mentioned labor. Do we pay extra for labor, or are the city employees?
City employees have been installing them.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we throw the labor thing out the window, so we're not being charged for labor. We're just being charged just for the speed humps.
Well, if we get too many of them, either we're gonna have to contract it out, or we'll have to stop a city service in a different direction.
Okay. And the other question is, in terms of the price of speed humps, it appeared that they went up significantly.
Yes.
Okay, so I definitely understand that. And then the other thing that I would like to just end with, we had a few conversations about equity, and I heard Mr. Mays bring up the word equity. So, and I've been telling you since day one, I don't want to choose where speed humps go, because that's not fair and equitable of me to do so. Because that could only give people that have, I'll say, direct access to me, or people that call me first, and that'll give them priority. So I personally don't feel that council, that we even need to be involved in that. I feel that this process that you're talking about coming up with, that needs to be paramount. So when we start talking about schools, when we start talking about areas where some deaf, blind people are, parks and things of that nature, and the high-speed, high-accident zones, which we have the data from those, I can't think of the name of the machine, but the machine that track people's speed and so forth. I think that we need to lean on data to determine where we put speed humps, not council members. Because if we put council members in front of that, council members will go where we think they should go, and that's not fair to the residents. So that is all I have for this amended motion. Thank you so much, Mr. McGuire. Okay. All right, so now we have the substitute motion to send Resolution 230211 to Finance. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so Resolution 230211 has been sent to Finance Committee. All right, next, the chair will entertain a motion for Resolution 230213.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
I would move to drop 230213, dealing with this Flint recast program. Now, so moved.
Okay, is there support?
Support.
Okay, it has been moved, properly supported by Ms. Priestley. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
So through you to Clerk Donahue. Clerk Donahue, this has dates that are extending into the future. Are we saying that we approve this post-September or pre-September 30th? And it has the resolution of staff review of July 13th of 2023, so.
I'm sorry, I don't, let me see if I don't still have it up, but the original document was approved in September of 2022 for that period, that time period that the resolution states, September 22 to September 23. So the original document was adopted right before that time period. I can pull it up again. But it was it was for the time period of September of '22 to basically September of this year.
And even though we approved it, somehow it squeaked through and a new document was created to reapprove it?
I think it was just oversight. I think somebody probably thought it hadn't been approved in the past, but it had. So
I'm gonna use my time, and I'll vote to support to drop this, that, Madam Clerk, we need meeting minutes in order to verify this stuff. And we haven't got meeting minutes this year to be able to know that. So, Madam Clerk, when are we gonna start getting meeting minutes? And I've brought this up in the past. Mr. City Attorney, it's your job to enforce the charter and the laws of the city. When are we gonna get meeting minutes?
I will say this week, you will get minutes for your perusal for your next regular council agenda.
So, do we have a plan for when we're gonna start getting the ones in the rear?
Beginning with your next council agenda, you will get the minutes from the meeting before. And I will start this week sending you the minutes for this year so that you can peruse them before they appear on an agenda.
Thank you.
But we will get back to putting
Thank you,
the
Madam
previous
Clerk.
minutes on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, through you to the gentleman, can you approach? He explained to me in his view what happened, and I want to hear him put that on the record. And then we should have a similar resolution coming in September. Can you tell this council on the record what you told me about somebody who, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays. This resolution that you see tonight is a duplicate resolution of resolution number 220411, which was presented on September 21st, 2022, and adopted on September 26, 2022. This is down to complete oversight. My colleague in finance last week was doing some reporting, and he was looking for the resolution and he couldn't find it. He believed that it needed to be brought up before council and we needed a resolution. I had told him when I heard this, I had told him it was actually already approved. And this afternoon, I sat with him and I showed him where it was. And I thought it would be most efficacious to let Ms. Donahue know that this was a duplicate before tonight's meeting, hence where we are right now.
And I'm gonna support the motion I made to drop it based upon my conversation with you, knowing that in September of this year, we might get another resolution similar because each year it have to come to us for approval.
This, again, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays, this is a 5-year SAMHSA grant recast. However, each year we apply for a continuation based on the work we've done the previous year. So each year we'll come back to you with this specific resolution for next year. So that's why you will see mixed dates. It says the time frame of the actual grant, which is 5 years. However, each year we need to come back to you to approve the implementation partner, evaluation partner being MSU, etc. And that will be before you in September for 23 to 24.
And so I'll look for that. And if something ain't right with this, you'll let us know, but I'm gonna move based upon what you're saying on the record. I do concur, Ms. Donahue, with with Councilman Piper. Minutes should be on here. Minutes is a legal thing that happens, and I know in the clerk's office, Ms. Donahue, we missing a deputy clerk, and we missing a staff person. And so we've got to fill those positions in the council office as it relates to minutes specifically. And I'm willing to support the council office, even if it's just a person to take the minutes. Because keeping the records and then voting on them to approve them is very important. it's a part of the law. And with the way some of these folks act and some of the things we do on this council, thank you, sir. I'm really, really concerned about putting it in the permanent record in the form of minutes, because if they keep it up, we're gonna end up in court sooner than later. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in the first round? All right, seeing that there is no one else, we will go ahead and go to the second round. Anyone like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair, I just have one follow-up. Can we get the gentleman's name for the record?
All right, not a problem. I think this is Seamus.
Seamus.
Yeah. One round? Appreciate that. Yeah, we need your first and last name, sir,
In your position.
and your department.
Yeah, Seamus Bannon, I'm Program Director for the Community Violence Intervention Prevention Initiative Mayor's Office, City of Flint.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
That's
Seamus.
all.
All right. Okay, all right, so seeing that we only have one round, that was my error, we're going to go ahead and call for the vote. And we're talking about Resolution 230213. A motion has been put on the floor to drop it. Okay, so roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes, to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you for the clarity.
Point of order.
What is your point?
It's a roll call on the motion that's been made, so you thanking folk, but really, my point of order is we on a roll call. Discussion is over, the motion is made, there's been no amendments, we'll vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mays.
It's a yea or nay.
Please proceed.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Change no
Ms.
motion.
Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 230213 has been postponed.
Point of order.
What is your point?
The motion was made and seconded to drop. If y'all want to change the motion to
To drop.
postpone
Thank you.
indefinitely, I want you to state it for the record properly, Ms. Lewis. You a stickler for rules, ain't you?
All right, so thank you, Mr. Mays. So, the motion on, having passed to drop Resolution 230213. All right, so now that we're moving on to the next resolution, we're looking at Resolution 230225. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I make a motion to send 230225 back to finance.
All right, been a motion to send Resolution 230225 back to finance. Any support?
I thought that was
Any support?
Support.
All right, supported by Ms. Burns. Okay, so 1 minute. All right, so any debate?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
looks like city attorney wants to speak, so I'll allow my.
Well, one, I believe Ms. Dorr can provide some more information on this resolution. I would note that this resolution is only to set a public hearing.
Hold on, the clock isn't going. Oh, okay.
This resolution is to set a public hearing, and legally, the notice of the public hearing has to be posted a certain time in advance. So if this resolution is postponed, it'll essentially be dead, and it'll have to be resubmitted with new dates or amended to include new dates for hearings, because I'm not sure the exact time off the top of my head, but I believe it's 14 days.
So we've already submitted the posting?
No, this would call for a public hearing to be held on the 14th of August. So I believe the next committee meeting is August 9th, which if it's delayed because of this, that would prevent the hearing from being held on the 14th. But Ms. Dorr can provide more kind of information substantively about what's going on.
And the reason I'm making this motion is because it was my understanding that they were to give presentation and a proposal to council, but they didn't give the opportunity to do that, and I would like to see that. So that's why.
Actually, thank you. Good evening, council members. I will be, on behalf of Ashley Capital, they are absolutely ready to do that presentation at any moment. They were told that tonight, as City Attorney Kim said, that the declaration of a public hearing date was what needed to happen and that it'd be inappropriate for them to come, just based on procedure. So please know that they are ready. So we talked about them being here on August 9th, as City Attorney Kim said, for committee. They could then also be there on the 14th. So both of those days they were said that was a more procedurally appropriate time for them to go through their slides, as well as any other questions that you all have. So please forgive if we procedurally misunderstood.
So they will be ready the next committee meetings for
Absolutely.
okay.
If I could, we were informed that because the way that this has to happen, the proper procedure was to first submit a resolution to have council call for a public hearing, and that there's actually a second resolution that would involve the actual approval or disapproval of the brownfield plan. So I believe the plan was that they would make their presentation before the public hearing, have the public hearing, and also be able to answer questions from council at a time, so that this body could consider whether or not to approve the brownfield plan itself. As I said, this resolution is limited only to basically calling for that public hearing, and there is a time in which they have to do that, basically.
Okay. My time's up.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Madam
Pfeiffer.
Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
Okay, yes, in my discussions with Ashley Capital, we did talk about them coming to finance and doing a presentation, but I have not been given any date or asked of any date. So I did not know, when this came forward, I thought, okay, it's the hearing, and my question was, when are they going to come before us and explain it? So that the people can also have an idea rather than coming uninformed. So the plan, because I have to approve anything, a special order that goes on the finance agenda. So they're planning
Point of
on.
information.
Go ahead.
Are you aware that it was on the government ops agenda?
The special, no, I did not know. Okay.
So again, councilperson, so to speak to that, they want to come and present. They were present last Wednesday because they were very anxious to present. However, it would be inappropriate for them to present prior to the declaration of the public hearing because of the dates and so by setting the public hearing tonight for the 14th, they can present on the 9th. And then if it's decided that they should not be able to have the public hearing on the 14th, that can be decided then. But if they were to present on the 9th and you did not move this forward this evening, they would then not be able to have the public hearing until a subsequent meeting, not on the 14th. Did I say that properly? Because of the timing.
Okay, but if this was on government ops, then that's where it should go, not to finance for a public hearing. If you want to send it back, it should go to not to finance, but it's good either way. I'm fine. I would like to see this ball rolling because I know that based on conversations with them that even if we have the hearing on the 14th, that doesn't mean we take action right away, and we'll have time to discuss it and to listen. That's just the opportunity for the public to speak and give their opinions based on their presentation, God willing. And so I think I'm gonna vote no to send it back so that we can have that public hearing and get that in the works, because like I said, we don't have to vote for it immediately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else would like to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you very much. So from the first time I heard of Ashley Capital, coming to, the third ward, one of the things they done was they extended the olive branch, and I'm not sure if they reached out to you guys. But what they told me, they wanted to reach out to each council member and have meetings. The first one was, I think with me and Councilwoman Worden, they tried to meet with two of us at a time. So they reached out to some of you guys, and I'm not sure that y'all respond. One of the things they did in addition was they Race of Trust had a meeting, a public hearing in the Dome. So I went there because I wanted to learn more about what brownfield development is and the environmental issues and stuff, because I have been hearing people talk about the issues of the brownfield, what it means, the policies, the money that they was trying to do, the tax break for the brownfield development. I'm interested as a council person in that third ward. So I know I reached out to one of my colleagues to see if they met with Ashley, and they said they didn't need to meet with them because they was doing their own research. That's good and dandy and fine. But if these business people are reaching out to us to have these preliminary conversations, I think it's really good because it allows me to ask these dumb questions that I may not want to ask on the floor because I'm not familiar with this. So I'm trying to familiarize myself with the process and what it looked like, what the development looked like, because I want to make sure I'm clear, especially something coming in the third ward. So I would just encourage my colleagues, if you have not met with them, try to meet with them. And if they have not tried to reach out to you guys to meet with y'all, that's very unfortunate. And I'm saddened to hear that because they got a lot of information. There's a lot of information to take in with me, like just reading up on all of this stuff. This stuff is a lot of reading, a lot of research, and you just gotta, this is a big deal for the city of Flint and Genesee County. We wanna make sure that we making the right decision. We wanna make sure that we not losing out. So I'm gonna be voting no because they have reached out to me and they also have had a public hearing, Race of Trust, in the Dome to allow our opportunity for us to even go and learn more. And Race of Trust been around for a while doing a series of community meetings. So I'm gonna vote no on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
As I served as president of the Flint City Council, I met with Ashley Capital. Ashley Capital reached out and said they want to meet with the president of the council, the mayor, and the chairperson of the county board of commissioners. I met with them. I remember when we did the project for Lear Corporation, one of the biggest, well, one of the best supporters we had was the vice president of Lear. I listen to people all the time when it's convenient, say business and stuff won't come to Flint because of the council. That's not true. It's not, it hasn't been true. I done did so many projects in the 10 years that I've sat here, from the Capitol Theater to the Mott Culinary Center to the Farmers Market, and the list is long. I'm gonna vote to move the public hearing forward because if you look at the last committee meeting, it was crazy. She told you they were here. Ms. Worthing stood up, acting wrong. She left. Amen. After she left, Liddell Lewis left. And Quincy Murphy left. Amen. Piper wasn't here. Herkenroder resigned. And we got multi-million-dollar worth of business on the table. I'm gonna be dead and gone when some of these projects come to fruition. But while I'm here, Ira Gilbert, I'm gonna vote on it. I seen them Ira arguing about the Flex Body Shop over at Buick when Yetta and them was in office, and it could have maybe still been there. I know what we did at Local 598 and Truck and Bus, so, you know, when I met with Ashley Capital, I said, I'm not raising no money in this race for mayor, but I'm gonna take your check for $1,050 and put it in my campaign statement just to show leadership as president of the Flint City Council, and I did, Mr. Murphy. So if that answers your question about this councilman, I'm in touch with him. Been in touch with him. Met with him first on their request. I like them.
Thank you,
And I
Mr.
like
May.
to see the development over at the former Buick City site.
All right.
So,
anyone else would like to speak?
oh, I can't wrap up. I don't want to get through in jail. Thank you so much.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
So Councilman Murphy, yes, I did say that I did not have a private meeting with Ashley Capital. I believe in transparency. Anything Ashley Capital need to say to me, they can say to the public. They can say to the people. When they came and did their special thing with us, I listened. I've been doing my research. If I have questions, I can call Ashley Capital. I don't need you to set up a meeting with me. And I don't need you to speak on it. I can speak very clearly. And I said to you, no, I did not meet with them. I believe in transparency. Anything they want to meet about, they can meet with me in the council chambers, in front of the public. And that's where I'm going to stand. Thank you.
All right, anyone else would like to speak on this amended motion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. We had last government officer was in. One of my concerns, and I didn't break quorum, I stayed. You know, I stayed to do the work because the committee is where we do the work. And here it is, we're gonna have to deal with this tonight, and this is huge. This is huge and it's important. And we have to be out of here by 9:30, so in 2.5 hours, we have to be gone. And that's why we can stay all night long in the dome. We can order DoorDash and do whatever else that we need to do. And that's where we should have did the work there, because I know this is important. And Ashley Capital was there. And I have questions. And I believe through you, Madam Clerk, I see a city attorney left. I thought they were supposed to give the presentation before the hearing, before the public hearing. Yes, Madam Clerk.
That's up to us.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. I'll just say historically, council will set the hearing, and
That's correct.
when the hearing is held, we usually put the approval resolution on that agenda, and the presentation is usually done at that time.
Okay, so I am going to support, and if it's thrown off, I stayed to do the work last week. I'm not killing Ashley Capital, but I want to send it back because I've got questions about racial trust and the cleanup process. And I need to ask them before it goes to hearing. I don't want to do everything in one night, because that gets to be, if we do it at, that next, I don't want to do everything at once. I can't process all of that. And this is our agenda. I don't even know how many pages we got, but it's a lot. And I wanted to handle, and I stayed in that council meeting despite the fact of what had happened to me, because I'm serious about what I'm doing. I didn't leave, and I stayed to continue to do the business. I'm gonna agree to send it back to committee. I have some questions about the cleanup, and I would like to talk to Racer Trust, ask them questions. They came prepared to government ops to do a presentation. They were ready. They sat back there as we faced. They sat back there on that back left-hand side, and they were ready to answer questions, and I stayed. I stayed even though there was a hostile work environment presented to me. I stayed to do the work because this is important, and that site is a huge site when we talk about the Buick site, and I want to see it develop, but I also want to have, my questions answered. And Wednesday in government, we never got to government ops because quorum was broke. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak? Anyone else would like to speak? Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Dorr. All right. So we have a motion to refer Resolution 230-225 to Finance Committee. Roll call, Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. So back to the original motion.
Point of order, what was the original motion?
So we were right now we were about to talk about Resolution 230-225 because Councilman Pfeiffer acted into finance, so we never put the motion on the floor.
So that was the original motion to postpone the finance. There's no motion on the floor now, or there was a motion?
So we're looking to put a motion on the floor now.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Ms. Worthing.
I move, where did my number go? Oh, 230, it's right here. 230-225 to council.
Okay. Been a motion to move 230-225 to council. Any support?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I support that motion.
Okay. It has been moved and properly supported
Madam Chair.
by Mr. Mays. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is setting a public hearing for 5:30 on August the 14th. Through you to Madam Clerk, August 14th is what, a Monday? And so we'll have committee meeting prior to the 14th. Through you to the Planning Commission Director. I'll learn names and get sharper at that as we move forward. But can you have Ashley Capital at a committee meeting prior to August 14th?
Absolutely. They want to be here on the 9th. They're very excited to talk to you. And their presentation and brownfield plan are in your packet.
They want to be here on the 9th. I'm going to ask here on the record that Ashley Capital be moved up in the agenda or some way or another, that it be put in the agenda so we can get that done early in the agenda on the 9th. Really, that should satisfy, hopefully, the concerns of what I'm hearing here. I want this project to move forward. I plan to be a part of it if it turns out like Lear and the other projects that we've done. And I want our reputation as a city to be that we're open and up for business. And then I'm gonna continue to do what I done did with 3 different councils. I'm gonna continue to try to protect the reputation of the council, and I'm not gonna let the politics of council members hinder that. I've heard council members say folk don't want to come here because of the council. They talking about themselves. But I'm living proof that folks have came here and will continue to come here and make investment. And I've been on the council the whole time. From the investments made at the General Motors plants to Lear to, I mentioned the Capitol, downtown, the Culinary Center, the Farmers Market, and I'm gonna continue to build a resume. So folks can say what they want. They can put in their mind and believe what they want. But I'm gonna be one of the cheerleaders from Flint. And I'm gonna stay right in the middle of the business of Flint. And I'm gonna continue to fight for Flint in the area of jobs, public safety, economic development, and neighborhoods. God bless the residents of the city of Flint. I'll be voting to move this to council.
All right, anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. Also, in addition to what my colleague said, in the first ward, I think is equally important that we move them up in the agenda, because it's really, we almost seem like we needed just a separate meeting for them to go over everything if we really want to grasp the information, because they got so much information. You got race of trust that also need to be here. So I want to put a referral in to have race of trust be here, and someone from EPA to be here to clear up some of the misinformation that's being put out to the public about the roles and responsibilities of what race of trust was to do, and EPA signing off on the environmental cleanups. I think it's important that they be here because even though you got Ashley Capital, you also got race of trust that was part of the environmental cleanup. And then you got EPA that's supposed to sign off on anything even before they sell it to make sure that the environmental. And then there are some parcels that got PFAS on there that's not part of the sale of this parcel. And I think it's 2 areas. So we don't want to mix those up and make people believe that the sale of this is selling the site where the PFAS, which is, I think, on Hamilton and North Street. There's a site there that got high levels of PFAS that still need to be addressed, that they are addressing. And
Request for information, Madam Chair. Due to the speaker, will we consider, because it is a lot of information, would you consider doing a special meeting?
that would be up to y'all. I wouldn't be against it. But I'm just saying, from me going to the public hearing that Racial Trust and Ashley did in the Dome, all of that information that they was putting out, my mind just was full with so much information, and I don't think we got enough time and to be able to do the rest of the work to get this big project out the way and let them come and thoroughly do a presentation, because then you still gonna have the public that's gonna be coming asking questions and concerns, so they wanna be able to have the time to clear up some of the information, because you got a lot of interpretation that's going out there. And I know Art Woodson been advocating for the brownfield development, and I've been listening to what he saying and what his concerns matter too. So I want to make sure some of the things that some of the questions that he been asked, I want to make sure we can clear that up. Rest in peace to his moms that passed away, and I'm sure if for the loss of his moms, he will probably be here tonight advocating for some of his concerns. So I just want to make sure when we move forward and we approve anything that we trying to clear up some of the misinformation that's been put out there. And it is a concern to me when people come to me and say, okay, we're gonna give up some money. Is we really giving it up? What does that look like? So it's up to you guys, but I want to move this forward, like my colleague in the first ward said, to set the public hearing. I don't want to stop and don't move forward. But it's a lot of work with this project. It ain't just a slam dunk. All right, I'm done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, real quick. I'm for this development. Let me say that off the record, or on the record. I am for it 100%. I think it's great to get the development up there. I just have serious questions on committing the city to a 30-year, basically tax abatement. And I have a problem with, they know they don't have the exact dollar of their investment, but they have it to the exact dollar on how much the cleanup is gonna cost. So the net investment estimated at approximately 300 million. But, so they're giving roundabout numbers, but they get down to the exact dollar on a cleanup and what they want the city, or what they want the brownfield cost from the city to the dollar, 72,489,874 to the dollar. And they say, okay, well, what does that dollar consist of? They say, see Exhibit B. Exhibit B is a blank page. So I have serious questions, and maybe you have the 5 votes to move this forward without me, but I think that putting the cart before the horse and have even setting a public hearing before all the documents and all the numbers and its true transparency is a little reckless in my opinion. So I will not be supporting this. Once again, I support sending it back and having conversations and having the proposal actually given to us before we vote on anything. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing?
I'd like to invite, through the chair, to Ms. Dorr up to maybe address any concerns, especially what my what the council member in the 8th Ward mentioned.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't want to take the place of Ashley Capital's presentation. They are the experts, but the 72 million in aggregate is the cleanup. Many costs for the cleanup, which is why they know what that is. Whereas the 8 buildings that they want to build on the land that this phase 2 is applying to, they intend to be building them one at a time. And I think the reason why the approximate number is there is because they know that inflation and other things that can happen will add costs, that the building they build 6 years from now will frankly be a different price than the building they build next year. And so, or 2025, depending on the length of cleanup, would be building number 1. I would love for it to start next year, but the cleanup would start next year with this approved plan. And as for the Exhibit B, I'll take fault for that. I thought that everything was there. So my apologies, because we have all the documents. So we definitely have all the documents. The Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, which is a board here in the city, they actually approved this at their June 4th, June 2nd, it was a Friday, June 2nd, at their June 2nd meeting. And so they had the plan presented to them, and then they approved it, and then it has now moved to you. And if that exhibit's not there, I just did not submit all of it to the clerk, so my apologies, because we have it. And then I know that they will come, I've already asked them to bring someone from Racer and EPA. That is, I'm sure, fine, because they're all working together on this. And then, I'm trying to think if there was any, 30 years. It's, at this point, I believe, the max it can be is 30 years in terms of the number of years for repaying the upfront development costs. But for these development costs happening that allow the buildings to be built, none of these taxable value dollars will be created. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that it's actually not a full capture. It is a lot of other businesses, when they do this type of work, they will only present the idea that it's a 100% capture. That's not what Ashley Capital is doing. They actually are presenting it as an 80-20 capture. So from the beginning, 20% of the new taxable value created will come to the city every single year of this plan. So then that way, from year one, new value is realized by the city to support services. So the number of years it takes is dependent on what that captures. So if you wanted to do a 100% capture, it would take fewer years, but during that period, the city would get no new taxes beyond what it's getting currently. So actually, I really appreciate the 80-20 offer, because that does mean new taxable value to the city for the entire duration of the brownfield plan repayment, which it is a reimbursement agreement. I do want to declare that as well. This is not a tax break. They will be paying full taxes. The only way that this works is that they pay full taxes on the buildings that they are building, and then that is what 80% of it is used to repay these upfront costs of this extremely costly redevelopment, which is why nobody has tried to tackle this. So sorry, I do not want to overtalk. It is their presentation to make on August 9th at the Finance Committee, but I hope I addressed your questions succinctly. Thank you.
Thank you. I know when Mr. Murphy and I went to the presentation, it was really informative. And I know also that the county is, like she said, is for this project. No one else is gonna come offer to clean up this mess for us. No one. This is an amazing opportunity for the city, and I urge anyone who has questions to please contact Ashley Capital and get those answers, or attend the public hearing. But let's not delay it for a few questions. Like, this has been around for a while. I knew how I was gonna vote for this. I don't know how long it's been. It feels like over a year. So I'm just hoping that this passes so we can improve Flint. I'm excited about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worthing. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair, I don't think I spoke in the first round, did I?
You haven't.
Thank you. Councilman Murphy, there's so much to this. This needs to be done in a special meeting, because it could take our whole council meeting, because they were there at that site for 100 years. And I know where the part where DuPont was, it was heavily contaminated. There was no, when they first started building cars and making paint, there weren't all these health guidelines. And I think that doing it and listening to what everyone is saying that they want to do, being transparent, and also with the public. And I think having it open so residents, and we can, talk with them and ask questions for it to be open and transparent as it should be. That's how I feel. And I think that when we look at the 80-20 capture that we're talking about, I can, and this has nothing to do with you, Councilman Pfeiffer, because I appreciate you, but Mr. Griggs would never, every time if someone wanted a tax abatement, it was no. He didn't even want for apartments. If it was anybody asking for anything with a tax, it was a no. So I get what you're saying, and how it's all said. And I would like to discuss that in the public forum. And you and I actually went during that time. We did meet with Ashley Capital. We did. And we went in twos. And I wanted to have it done because I have got a lot of questions. And I want to do it in the public so that we, put it to rest. They were here. I wish we could have at that meeting. And that actually is the reason why I stayed. I stayed in that meeting, even though it turned to a hostile work environment, because this was that important to me. It was that important, it still is. So I hope maybe you could do with someone else, or even myself or Ms. Pike, two people do a special meeting so we can have all in there and give them allotted time to speak, because their presentation is not gonna be a short one. This is a big project, 8 buildings, it was almost 3,000 jobs that they're stating. And we need to talk about the cleanup of the land, the PFAS on the sites that where it was. There's a lot rolled into this. And I say, get it all done. I don't want to do it all at a council meeting. I just don't. It's too much to put into just one council meeting. So this is something that I feel should be on a special meeting. And hopefully you can get, you have my support if you call one, because we need to do it and be transparent. I want to see that site develop. I never thought I would. I really didn't. And it's a huge, huge site, that's down there. And I like the plans that they have. I grew up down there, North and Baker Street is our first home. Oak Park was the park. I want to see this developed again. And, but I also want the questions, to make sure we're doing it right and with Racer Trust. So there's a lot of pieces, Racer Trust, the EPA, Ashley Capital, there's a lot. And we need to have do it all at once so we're not adding, and I don't even think we'll be back in our council chambers. We can't do it in here in this chamber. We have to be out by 9:30. So everyone can get it all out and we can all do it together in the open. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Anyone else in the first round? Since there's no one else in the first round, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the second round. Anyone in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Ms. Burns, I don't have a problem with special meetings, but seem like the majority of council do. I don't have a problem with long committee meetings, but seem like the majority of this council do. I listen close to this council, and I know I piss them off sometimes because I say hypocrites. How can you get up and leave a committee meeting with Ashley Capital there for example, Claire McClendon and others there dealing with the ARPA funds and their request for additional monies, business on the table, people there, and folks bailing out like they jumping out of a plane with a parachute. Nah, I wasn't even in the room. I come back, I didn't know what was going on. And then 2 more council people bail out. If I start calling names, folks get pissed off. But they try to blame me and use me as a scapegoat for separating items. They try to blame me for longevity of taking care of city business, and here we in special affairs doing what should have been done last week in committee meeting. Folk absent, they jumping ship, bailing out, and then getting frustrated when we try to do the city business. This is a public hearing. The public hearing can be postponed, it can be canceled, it can be reposted. But for this particular project, I want to give them a chance to come on the 9th or in a special meeting. But Ms. Burns, you know the history. You call a special meeting, only 3 or 4 show up. Maybe for the purposes of information, it can be done. No action have to be taken, but you know it was appalling when Neely and Ed Taylor and 6 or 7, 8 police told us we couldn't even meet. They scared the hell out of the people, and me too, when they say we're gonna be arrested for meeting in the dome. I I've been around for 30 or 40 years, and I've never seen a mayor and his administration and the police force threaten to arrest a council meeting and the people sitting in the meeting if they ain't out in an hour. Meeting called at 6. At about 10 minutes to 7, Ed Taylor interrupts the meeting. I couldn't get Metcalf to move. It was 4, 5, 6 police. I couldn't get them to move. Lieutenant Campbell. I've never seen nothing like it. So I'm not going to jeopardize the safety of people coming to a meeting. I'm not going to jeopardize my safety, but you know, I walk the tightrope. I go to court, I get handcuffed, I go to jail, but oh Lord, wait till I get in federal court. Wait till I get in federal court. So in the meantime, I'm telling y'all, this is only a public hearing. If I'm not mistaken, you can change it, you can amend it, you can repost it, you can get information you need, but I'm gonna vote to move it forward. And I'm doing it on my own thinking. And what happens in the interim between now and the 14th, special meeting, committee meeting, we'll see. Miss Mercedes Kenny, we'll see who show up. By then, somebody should be sitting in the 7th Ward. Maybe we'll get a quorum. God bless the residents of the city of Flint.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there anyone else who'd like to?
Yes.
Wishes, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, I'm thinking, to, your concern, Councilwoman Burns, maybe we can call a special meeting on August the 2nd on a Wednesday at 5:30. Give them 2 hours, 5:30 to 7:30, to do their presentation with, all of the partners. And then on August the 9th, when we have our regular committee meeting, we can do a follow-up with information that we wanted them to ask. So say when they do their presentation on the 2nd of August, and we be like, okay, well, can you come back on the 9th and give us some more information or some documentations that we'll have. That'll give us at least 2 meetings to deal with them before we have the public hearing.
Request for information, Madam Chair.
That's it.
I'm good with that. Are you going to call a special meeting? Are you want to?
I can, we could do it together.
Yes.
Then if we can get 5 people,
I
because
think
if we
we'll-
can't get 5 people, then that's gonna be a problem. So we just gotta see if we got 5 of our colleagues that will be available on the 2nd of August at 5:30. Judy going out of town. So to my colleagues, it will.
Request for information. Yeah. It's cold in here. Request for information, Madam Chair. Can we do it on Tuesday?
Chair. Madam Chair, excuse me, Mrs. Burns, I do have plans for that whole week. I'll be gone. It's my last week before I go back to work. I'm going to be out of town that week.
Well, to my colleagues, will they be available on Tuesday the 1st? Do we got enough to get a quorum? Is the question. Nope. 5:30. You'll be available. One, two, three, 4.
No.
5.
Request for information.
Madam Chair, I believe you will have Councilman Murphy. I think you will have 5. Probably, maybe 6. We got 5. So have a quorum.
All right, I make a motion that we call a special meeting for August the 1st from 5:30 to.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I think we got a motion on the floor.
We'll just, I'll wait. And I'll let you-
Please hold. So what's your point, Mr. Mays?
Don't you realize as chair that we got a motion on the floor? And if I was chairing, I would say, I understand, Mr. Murphy, but let's clear this other motion out first.
Okay, proceed. You done? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Murphy, so you want to call the meeting via motion? Gotcha. All right. All right, so, let's go ahead and start this time. So you done? Okay. Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? Okay, so seeing none, we are looking to send Resolution 230-225 to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
No.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Resolution 230-225 is now sent to council. Now moving on to Resolution 230-226.
Madam Chair,
Mr. May.
I would move 230-226 to council.
All right, been a motion to move 230-226 to council. Any support?
Support.
Support by Councilman Murphy.
Madam Chair,
1 second, Mr. Mays. Proceed.
yeah, Madam Chair, I want to make an amendment to this particular resolution 230-226. And the first amendment that I want to make is going to have to do with increasing the 5 million by another 15 million, getting it up to 20 million. I've always articulated that in my mind that should be between 15 and 20 million dollars. The initial request form, 700 of them, when Ernst & Young did the arithmetic, it came to 7.5 million. It was above the 5 million. Through you to the finance director and Mr. Edwards, can y'all approach as this time tick away real fast? The amendment to this resolution that I'm starting out with, whether it's 15 million, Ms. McClinton, Claire, or 16 million, the motion is going to be made before this clock tick out. And it's going to be recommended that that amount of ARPA funds go. My question to you two, Jane, and Mr. Edwards is, where is Ernst & Young? I'm gonna ask at every meeting till they show up, where are they at? I'm requesting them. I've had a standing request. Where they at? Who talked to them last? Anybody? Oh, don't rush at the same time to tell me.
We have weekly meetings.
Y'all have weekly meetings?
No, well, let me rephrase that. There is a committee weekly meeting.
Okay, so let me help with the clock. So y'all in touch with them?
I can send them an email, so I guess, what is your specific request so I can?
I got many questions that I want to ask the firm we hired as it relates to this ARPA money. I mean, I want to know what qualifies. I want to know what they've been telling us along the way before I vote. I'm moving money. You know, last week, 400,000, you said it was in the chief's budget, but I know if we move 400,000 of ARPA money and can save general fund money, it might put us in a better state a year or two from now. I look at that. So I was kind of dismayed that you would tell this infant council, he's got money in the budget. That's general fund money, most of it. But in the goopy rules, I couldn't get to it. I'm requesting Ernst & Young to be here. And I make a motion that we amend this $5 million to $20 million. And I so move. That's an additional $15 million. But before I move and give up that last minute and 29 seconds, the category metro community development, Habitat for Humanity, some of those figures would have to change. I don't even know if I agree to them being the fiduciary. Habitat was here and they left. I want to know who recommended them, the secret society. I want to hear what they say, so I'm going to make the motion and play the game with the clock. But I'm making it conscious that even though I'm moving to increase the $5 million, I'm going to probably move to postpone it after the amendment so we can get them fiduciaries, I'm going to call them in here. I move to increase the $5 million, an additional $15 million to $20 million, and I so move.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to increase the $5 million to $15 million. So I just want to be clear. So you want to increase by 15 million, or you want to increase to 15?
By 15 million for a total of $20 million in that home improvement category is my motion.
Okay. Okay. Is there any support?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I'll support that motion.
Okay. All right. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yeah, like I said before, $5 million is not enough. It's simply not enough to take care of the home improvements that need to be taken care of in this city. I mean, probably now, I know the last time we looked, that stack was well over 700 residents that put in that intake form. And I'm sure that there's others that need improvements. So I'll be voting yes on this amendment. We do need to increase the amount for home improvements. And thank you, Councilman Mays, for making that motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Thank you, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, for seconding that motion to increase that $5 million. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, who's making these recommendations or advising the city to use Metro Community Development, Habitat for Humanity, and G-Card? Who's advising on that? Do you know?
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Mays, that was all part of the recommendations that were put forth by that committee, and subsequently that's where we're preparing the resolutions. Based on those recommendations, put them in front of we're putting them in front of council.
And that's what I thought, and I can appreciate your honesty. That's in litigation right now. It's in litigation. We call it, some of us, a multi-member body, an unlawful advisory committee. So I can appreciate, if I'm hearing you right, your honesty. That concerns me. What I'm looking to see is all of the nonprofits and businesses that put in have, and I know I'm a little old school, but have anybody got the list on this council of all of the nonprofits and the categories that y'all requested? Mr. Piper's shaking his head. I don't have it, but you know I don't use myself as the standard. I want to be able to look at that just as this alleged 12-member advisory committee that's posted on the city's website that we're in litigation about, so I can see who they are. Not only can I advise on them, I can vote for them. I can amend resolutions. Now, even though I'll vote for this amendment in the increase, I can't fix this resolution. I don't have enough information. I don't want to amend the resolution if we pass a vote for 15 extra million, where I say I want to give Habitat 10 million. Even though they were here asking for more money, I need them here to ask specific questions. Mr. Edwards, who put the parameters on this money about water bills being paid? Somebody from the advisory committee and or the city, do you know?
Through the chair to Mr. Mays, all I can really say at this point, of course, you had, at the time, you had Ms. Ferguson in front of you to describe a lot of the process. All I can tell you is that that would have been a component of the process.
Right, and I talked about that component with the people from Habitat, and they said it came from somebody in the city. And now I want to ask Ernst & Young about those requirements and parameters. So I made the amended motion. I don't have enough information to decide if the rest of the resolution, talking about Metro Community Development, Habitat, and the amount of money, I don't have enough information to make an intelligent decision moving forward. I'm gonna make a motion that this be postponed to the special meeting and or the committee meeting. But I haven't made that yet. To me, what's happening with this ARPA money is just as important as what's happening with Ashley Capital. The question is, do 5 people believe me? I know the residents believe me. How many residents believe me? It's important. It's a one-shot deal. Whoever's the delivery entity, it's important. The rules that's following the money and who can qualify is important. I asked Habitat about them 700 initial request forms, and they couldn't speak on it. But Mr. Edwards, you remember Lottie Ferguson standing before this council saying they'll be contacted. Lottie Ferguson is gone. Are they still in play?
Mr. Mays, all of the process, as I'm aware of to this day, all of the process, which includes the components you are discussing, were included, and we're at the end of that process.
And they're included in this resolution.
They were included in the process. I'm not sure.
We better keep talking. My time has expired.
All right, anyone else would like to?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing?
first, a request for information. What was the amended motion made? I was in the bathroom.
It was to Yes, so it was to increase the amount of money from 5 million to 20 million.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Was Ms. Dorr part of this process? Can she answer any of these questions?
Part of which process?
This, like,
Increase?
no, the ARPA and getting the committee together? Or any questions that any member has had?
She just came on board.
Okay, so she didn't. All right.
I wasn't either since I wasn't here.
Gotcha. True. It's been a long time. We've been transparent this whole process about how it was gonna work, who was going to be appointed, and that council still has the final say. We don't have to just accept what was recommended to us. I hear complaints about we need to get money to residents, but then I'm also hearing that we want to delay the process. I'm just confused as exactly what some of these council members want. Do you want to get money into the hands of the residents, or do you want to delay? I want to get money in the hands of the residents. So I'm not going to be supporting the increase because that's irresponsible based on the budget we all agreed to and passed. I don't think anyone said no to that here. And so I will agree to pass this. So I just hear conflicting information from members who have voted for this consistently, and yet are now upset about the very process they've said yes to this whole time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worthing. Anyone else in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Thank you. I do want to give money into the residents' hands for home improvements, but I want it to be enough money. $5 million? That's not enough. It's not enough. And Councilwoman Worthing, for your information, I didn't vote on that budget. I voted no, because I thought it was ridiculous that only $5 million was set aside for home improvements. So I'll be voting.
A request for information.
Go ahead.
Are you sure you voted no, or did you abstain?
I may have abstained or whatever, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
She's illegally gaining the floor. Can you please warn her?
Ms. Worthing, guess I want to make sure that you don't illegally gain the floor, so. Yeah.
And her question can be answered.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, I didn't agree with it, one way or the other. $5 million is not enough, and I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I won't be supporting this motion or the motion to approve this until we can get transparency on who was picked. Well, we know who was picked, who was not picked, who applied, why they were chosen. The whole thing needs to be transparent. So I'm gonna vote no, and to the point, 5 million, 5 billion is probably not enough. But we have to start somewhere, but that somewhere won't start with my vote until we have complete transparency. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
And you know, Mr. Pfeiffer, that has been communicated to the administration as well
Point of
as.
information. Have we received anything?
No, I'm going to continue with that, and we have not received that information. So I would like to make a substitute motion to send it back to finance until we get that information. Oh, because we've already got a substitute one on. Okay, so I will withdraw that without a second anyways. But that is information that has been requested, that has been sent to at least 3 different people, asking for that information, and you and I were on the phone as I dictate, when I sent that email as to exactly what you were looking for. So I support that, because that's what you want. And I think that it's important that we know why people weren't chosen. Maybe some of it was that they just weren't eligible for federal dollars. We don't know that. That's something that we need to know. But I am also not in favor of increasing this budget. This is a beginning amount. I do expect more money to be put into that category, but not until we've spent some of the other money. So I am in favor of increasing it. I've been in favor of adding more money to it along. However, you've got to take it from somewhere, and nobody's telling me where it's going to come from. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Okay, well, I'm gonna use my 5 minutes. This whole process is completely flawed. It has not been transparent at all. It's anything but transparent. We're not following the charter, which is the problem because it speaks very clearly to what a multi-member body is. And it also defines to an advisory committee. They are an advisory committee, and it's in the name. It's in the name. The other part is, a lot of these residents, some of them were sent to overview. Redlining is real. It happens in Flint and most urban areas. And one of the residents was sent, one of the requirements was they had to have insurance. Well, according to some of the agencies that we don't know how they were picked because the 12-member body picked them, you have to have homeowners insurance. So there's a lot of parts of this that I'm not in agreement with. The application process, we don't have one. Ernst & Young is missing in action. The organizations, we don't know how they chose them. And I know, Jane, it was before you got here and before Emily got here. When we talk about, they're meeting at the library. They're meeting last week, I think they met Tuesday. A veteran went there. He served his country, has come back, and he has PTSD, and he can't sit in on the meeting to get the help to other veterans who may need it because the meeting, it's not open. You know, it's not properly posted. So are we violating the Open Meetings Act? I personally believe so. So when I look at that, I'm gonna fight for the residents. You know, if we look at it's not enough. It's simply not enough. When people say, well, you know what? You know, we have the guidelines. We gave $300 water credits to everyone. Everyone. And there was no criteria on that. Everyone, if you live in the city of Flint, you got a $300 water credit. But we got criteria on everything else. And so when we look at this process, it needs to be more transparent. I'm not comfortable with it, and I've spoken out about the 12-member body. We had the gentleman come from the Habitat for Humanity to state that he needs more money, but then we had someone from the city of Flint told us that they had like a year in the hole of money that they hadn't spent Habitat for Humanity. It's too much here that we don't know. So why would we be giving money to an agency that's got a year in the hole according to one of our meetings that they haven't spent? I mean, this all needs to be done in the open, and it needs to be transparent. I am for more money, but I'm not going to support this to move forward because it all needs to come forward and be transparent together. This entire process has not been open. We've had several special meetings. Our ad hoc committee needs to call. This is a special meeting that the both of you should call to help the residents be aware, to also bring this meeting the people so we know who they are. I don't want to Google anybody. I don't want to FaceTime anybody. You know why? The city charter states very clear how we have people when they come on these and they serve. They come by resolution and by ordinance. It don't say anywhere in my little raggedy charter, and it's raggedy because I use it, does it say Google them or to Facebook them. It says they come by resolution, ordinance, and we vote on them. It's very clear. So we need to be following the process and stop skirting it. I don't want us to get this money again because it came from COVID. It came from people dying. I don't want this money again, but we have a responsibility to do something to do right. One, our charter is what we should be following.
We shouldn't be finding reasons to not follow it. And it's getting pretty interesting when we keep finding reasons to not follow it. Now, it's very clear. What's a multi-member body? Page 5. How do we form an advisory committee, and how do we, how do they perform? Page 56, 57, page 58. It's in the charter. We have to do right by the residents, and a lot of these residents won't get it. Have a retiree, her income won't change. She was told she can't qualify to get a roof. Her credit's good, she has homeowner insurance, but she's saying because they have an income level and criteria level, that she's saying, I can't get it. She's 80. She's a senior. Groceries are high as I don't know what now. Consumers keep going up. And if we can do something to help these residents, and even supplies, the roof shingles are up. And you can't find laborers because don't nobody want to do that kind of work. It's too laborious. This whole process has not been transparent. I will not be supporting to move this forward until we get it all right. And this needs to be a special meeting to where we talk about bring Ernst & Young here. We need to be bringing the administration here. We need to have the 12-member, multi-member body here. Everybody should be here so that we can move it forward. If we're all interested in making sure we're taking care of residents, get the people in the room to
Ms.
take
Burns.
care of the business.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr.
Thank you.
Murphy.
So here's where I'm at with this. I hear what you saying, Councilman Pfeiffer. I hear what you saying, Councilwoman Burns, and everybody else. I hear what the spirit of Councilman Mays and it's increasing this to 20 million. What I was hoping that the compliancy firm was going to do was look for leverage dollars to help us leverage, because I believe when they came in, did a presentation, they said they would go and look for additional dollars. I'm yet to see 2 nickels rubbed together that they have found in addition to what we already got besides the 94. That would have helped with some. What concerns me, if we don't vote for the 5 million, is that time is ticking. And we gotta have the money spent or obligated by a certain time frame. The more we delay and we feel like this process has took a long time, the longer it's gonna take. If we moving this to finance and taking it back to committee, that just only delays it more for them to be able to move and execute contracts. One of my colleagues said something about Habitat not being executing contracts. One of the reasons why they didn't execute contracts because they didn't have them all signed from the planning department. So even though you awarded funds, like they had some funds awarded through the community development block grant dollars, but the contracts wasn't signed off. So sometimes you could be awarded funds, but if all the contract from the law department or the finance department or what the mayor's office, all of these different people got to sign off on these contracts. And if the contracts is not signed, you could have a contract but can't spend the money because the contract has not been signed. So I think in April or May, Habitat was just getting some of their contracts finally signed. Also with the community development block grant dollars that Habitat have, those are reimbursement dollars. So that means they got to front the money first and then get reimbursed. So say they go and spend the money on the clients, the residents, and then they submit their paperwork to the planning department. They have to wait to get reimbursed. And because they may be short-staffed in the planning department, it may take time. What concerns me with giving them, because I thought about the 20 million that Councilman Mays talked about increasing. What concerns me is we could give these funds out to these different agencies, but they don't have the capacity or the contractors to expenditure the funds. So we may give this person's Habitat some more money or G-Card or Court Street Village or Metro Community Development funds, but they don't have the capacity or the staff to spend the dollars because they just don't have enough contractors out there. So we need to be doing is having a meeting to bring some minority contractors together and contractors just to make sure we got enough capacity to be able to move on these projects when they come down to housing development. Because if you give somebody some money, but we ain't got enough contractors out there doing the work, how are we going to spend down on the money? But it really concerns me that we're gonna delay this $5 million and then we on a timeline, and this has already took so long to even get here. I say approve the $5 million now and then come back and with the resolution, because when Councilman Mays talked about adding 20 million, he really didn't talk about specifically where it was going. Okay, so we're gonna spend $5 million for Metro Community Development, $5 million for say Habitat for Humanity. Where is it going? So I think we should come back with the additional dollars, and I support additional dollars, but we gotta figure out where is it going. But I'm against delaying the $5 million, because that's at least the start.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. All right. Anyone else? Yeah, so.
Are we in the first round still?
Yeah, we're still in the first round. So
I'd like a second round when we get there.
all right, sounds good. All right, so like I'm the only person that have not spoke. So a few things. I would like to call Emily up, please. And then I also would like to just add in these are important points. I can't support this motion because again, gang, I mean, I would love to get some public shouts and claps and stuff, but the reality of it is, if we do not take the money away from somewhere, we can't put it in home repair. So you gotta lose in order to gain in one column. And so we're willing to entertain that. The other thing is also this, we spoke about the ARPA Advisory Committee, and we received a legal opinion about it back in January. And so from that time, the ARPA Committee has been diligently working to do what? Not for them to allocate the money, but the ARPA Committee sole responsibility was to give council members the suggestions. These are suggestions from the community. The community keeps saying this is the community dollars. These suggestions come from you, the community. One person from every ward, like we went through the whole process once before, I'm not gonna do it again. They were objectively selected to represent every single ward. So this is the community speaking of where they think these dollars should come from, not us. We have the next step. So right now, our job is, because they finished, all 286 applications are done. So it is our job as council to do as Councilman Pfeifferman asked. We did ask if we could see who were not selected, and then we also asked to see why. That was part of our selection process, so we could take a look at the recommendations of who got it and take a look at those that did not. That's only fair. And so I'm totally for sending this back to finance, just like Judy said, so we can do our research, because this is where the work comes in. Let's stop talking about what should be done and let's show us how it's done. Ms. Dorr, can you answer a couple of questions?
Point of order.
What rule has been broken?
Or request for information. Did I hear you say that it's a motion to send it back to finance on the floor?
You did not.
Oh, okay. You said something about Judy said send it to finance.
Correct.
But no motion.
Correct. Okay. So, Ms. Dorr, could you give us a little bit of insight about process? Go ahead.
No, absolutely. Thank you, council members. I am new, and so I definitely admit that. I have had a chance to understand a bit of what's happening. The rubric by what the committee used is that public rubric. The federal poverty level, 300% of federal poverty level, that is something actually in the ARPA, in the American Rescue Plan Act. So recipients do have to be at 300% of poverty. I will quickly just rattle those numbers off. 300% of poverty for a household of one is $43,000, 740. Two is 59,000. Three people, 74,580. Four people, 90,000. So the 300% of poverty is by no means huge, but it is perhaps a little higher than what people were aware of. So that's where the thresholds are. So everybody below those numbers, based on household size, is how you qualify. I guess I will say there were 12 organizations who applied. I did have a chance to read all 12, and the recommendations, I will say, were both in terms of the direct money to residents. That was what these 6 proposals were, better than the other 6. And organizations who will be able to do the paperwork that will pass a federal audit. And so that, I will say that. In terms of organizations, I do want to say that Court Street Village was in the audience last Wednesday, and it actually is here now. Habitat was here tonight. Metro Community Development CEO was here earlier this evening when the meeting started. And then also there was a housing person from G-Card. So actually all 4 organizations have been present between last Wednesday and tonight. And then finally, I will just say that the ability for these organizations to be able to spend these dollars, I actually know that 3 of them do use minority contractors, Councilman Murphy, because I've seen their Section 3 reports. And then as for the timelines, were these contracts put in place now, they would have until the end of 2026 to spend the money. So whatever it is in terms of timelines that they are awarded, obligation has to happen by next year, but they do have, again, the time to spend the money.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dorr.
Madam Chair.
And so we are now in the second round.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I want the council to seriously look at what's happening. We're trying to discuss $30 to $40 million in 5 minutes. And we don't have the adequate people here. We ain't got the adequate people here. And I'm hearing one colleague, or what I did hear is somebody ready to vote for $5 million, and we don't even have the adequate people here. Now, some of them was here last week. They were here. Ms. Worthing, you left. In this order, Liddell Lewis left, and then Quincy left. Now we're here today without the adequate people here. And we want to vote? Shouldn't do it. The motion to increase the amount of money, I hear colleagues say, where is it coming from? Where you gonna take it from? We're taking it from the remaining $30 to $50 million in ARPA funds. That's the easiest question to answer. We are amending the allocation of ARPA funds based upon the request of the people who vote for us. You had 700 initial request forms that people started arguing they wasn't real. They were real people, they were real residents, they were real request forms that the majority of this council voted for. They were real. They have now fallen by the wayside in this $5 million proposal, and I'm getting that from Habitat. We got a lot of work to do before we approve this, Mr. Murphy. It should go back to committee. If we're gonna do a special meeting for Ashley Capital, they don't vote for me. We should do a special meeting for the residents who vote for us. We've had 2 special meetings on this and folk don't show up. Ms. Lewis, I think you are 100% wrong when you talk about the illegal advisory committee that's in court is representative of everybody's ward. It's not. The charter say that we appoint people, the mayor recommend them and we appoint them. We ain't done none of that. They haven't came and talked to us. You and Miss Priestley took it wrong when I appointed y'all to an ad hoc committee. That wasn't my vision. That y'all would meet with other folks behind closed doors and then we come with a lack of information and we approve it because of you two. We want to know and be in the details of it in an open meeting. So I did the motion to increase the money. We changed and amended the whole budget. We tried to do that during the budget process and y'all didn't touch it. We can amend and change the budget until the money is spent. Y'all on an ad hoc committee and people asking, where's the money coming from? It's coming from the remaining 30, 40, or 50 million. That's exactly where it's coming from. And then we shipping it from other areas that some of us didn't even vote to allocate it. The majority of council is what's on trial here. Some of us didn't even vote for the initial 5 million. Ernst & Young already told us it's been 7.5 million in requests. Mr. Murphy, I agree. We should bid it out like we do pipe replacement. It might be 4, 5 roof contractors. You're right, Ms. Dorr, we got to 26. We just got to allocate it and spend it by next year, but the work can still be done. We can service these residents. We can bid it out. We the best bid process better than Habitat. So I'm adamant. I want to see, let me do this. I make a motion to move it back to Finance Committee, and I so move.
Support.
All right, there's a motion to move, I just want to be clear, you said to move resolution 230. Okay, Mr. Mays. I'll wait.
You still can do a motion to postpone. So they wrong. Madam Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
I made a motion to send this back to Finance Committee meeting. And I'm thinking you're gonna ask, is there a second?
Well, I was attempting to, but you were talking, so now that you stopped.
Say what?
I attempted to when you were talking, but we're moving on. So you said.
Point of request for information.
What?
What did you just say to me?
Nothing.
You did say something.
Mr. Mays, move forward. So, as I was saying, so you want to do, Mr. Mitchell.
What?
Either you have decorum and maintain yourself or you will be removed.
Yes, ma'am. I hear you.
So you want to send resolution 230226 to Finance Committee?
Yeah, well, if I may, the motion was made to amend it. Now I'm making the motion to send it back to Finance Committee, and I so move.
Point of order.
Ms. Worthing?
We have a motion to amend it that was never voted on. We can't
Don't have
have a
to.
motion. It's not a substitute motion. We can't have another motion on the floor.
Point of order.
What is your point?
A motion to postpone is always in order. That's essentially what this is.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I believe the original motion made by Mr. Pfeiffer was to send it back to finance.
All right,
No. So hold on for 1 second. Let's go ahead and just check what we have. So we had the original motion on the floor to move resolution 230226 to council. So then, Mr. Mays, he put forth the motion on the floor to allocate $20 million instead of $5 million. We never closed that motion out. And then Mr. Mays just stated that he wants to put a motion on the floor to move 230226 to Finance Committee. That's where we are.
Point of order.
Ms. Worthing.
So since we didn't close the other one out, are we moving the 20 million? Or are we moving the original motion? We have to address the previous motion before we can move it back to finance.
Point of order, Madam Chair. That's an easy answer to the question.
What's your point?
My point is that this resolution, the action involved, we're asking to postpone it back to finance. That's just easy. And Ms. Worthing might be confused, you might be confused, but a motion to postpone is always in order. I could postpone to the end of this meeting. I could postpone it back to finance. That's easy. A motion to postpone is in order. We should be, is there a second right now?
Amen.
All right, so there is a motion on the floor to send resolution 230226 to finance. Is there any support?
Madam
Any
Chair,
support?
I'll support.
All right, has been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
And so, wait a minute. So just for the record, for this motion, we will have one round of 3 minutes per council person. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. There are so many unanswered questions. Through you to Mr. Edwards, once again, to you and Jan. Can you have Ernst & Young in that Finance Committee meeting? And can you also have the 12-member or some leadership of this so-called illegal advisory committee who's recommending this? And can you also give us the information of who was picked and who was left out? Somebody, y'all say, vetted 200 and some organizations. Wow. Can we get a list? Can I get a list of who was vetted? Can we also have somebody from the purchasing department to tell us if we can do a request for proposals or bids for roofs and vinyl siding? And then, Jane, can you have the money that's still available from ARPA funds, whether it's 30 million, 40 million, or 50 million? Can you have that information available for Finance Committee meeting? Now, I'm not saying what you gave to Ms. Priestley. I'm asking for me.
I'm asking, did you get it?
I want it. I'm asking for it to be at that meeting, and we can discuss it publicly. I don't care which individuals got it. I'm asking, can it be there for the meeting? Yes. And then I'm gonna show you where I suggest money move from. Is that too much to ask?
We don't decide where the money's going.
I'm gonna decide it once I look at the documentation that I'm requesting be brought to Finance Committee meeting. I know the mechanics, I'm just requesting to have all materials and people there. Mr. Edwards, do you understand my request?
Through the chair to Mr. Mays, I certainly do understand your request. The primary or first thing that you asked about E&Y, we'll take steps to make contact with them.
Let's see if we can get them there.
But to the rest of you.
If not, we've got subpoena power. If they don't show up for this Finance Committee meeting and the requested documentation and information don't show up, then I'm gonna make a motion, win, lose, or draw, to start subpoenaing people and documents as it relates to this ARPA fund money. Fair enough?
All of it's fair.
Thank you so much.
We ask respectfully, the administration asks respectfully that his requests be put in writing and sent to our office. The first one I understood, but he had quite a laundry list, so I'm asking that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edwards. All right, anyone else would like to speak?
Madam
Chair. So I heard Mr. Pfeiffer, then I heard Ms. Worthing.
So, I just have a question to the clerk, and I'm not saying that this is not a legal motion. I just want to know how this is going to work, because we are in the middle of a amended motion. So which one gets put on the agenda, or does the amended one, because we didn't vote, get dropped automatically and the original one go on the agenda? How does this work? Because I don't think we've ever done this before.
Because you never voted on the amendment, it's the original 226.
So if Mr. Mays wanted to make that, he would have to make that amendment again. So that 20 million amendment dies, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's why I just want to make sure we're all clear on that. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. Ms. Worthing?
I am gonna vote to postpone because, like my colleagues, Mr. Pfeiffer and Ms. Priestley, I wanna just see the documents. I don't need to interrogate anybody, intimidate anyone. I just wanna see how the decision was made. And so when I see that next Wednesday and get to look that over, I'm sure I'll be voting for that resolution. But council should be seeing the documents. How was the decision made? What happened? We need that ARPA committee because they are the residents. They are just an extra step, but we have the final say. So I think it is good for us to look over the documents, and we may just 100% agree, we may not. But I'd like to see those as well. And I'm really glad that Ms. Dorr brought up the 300%, because we keep hearing misinformation about residents not being able to apply, but I think most residents in Flint will be able to apply for these monies. 300% of the poverty level is pretty large. So I am excited to get this rolling, but I will be voting to postpone.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worthing. Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. I just think that as the council, we need to quit. This is like peanuts. You know, they throw the 5 million and we're supposed to say, okay, yay, they're giving us something. They're giving our residents. And this is a very small amount, and especially when there has been zero transparency. We have a ARPA committee who they told us was not meeting, and they were meeting actually at the beautiful Flint Public Library. And they've had numerous meetings. They have not, we don't know what they're saying or what they're doing, because they don't even allow people to go in. The meetings aren't properly posted. And the example would be the All Citywide Advisory Committee. They came to us by resolution. And it's almost the same thing. They vote on, they review it, but it's a committee. It's set up properly. The clerk knows what's going on. They have minutes. This committee doing whatever they want. And we don't know whatever they're doing. And they're making all the decisions. It has not been transparent. Through you, Madam Chair, to Emily Dorr, have you met the 12-member body? Have you met the 12-member body? You have not. Not all of them? And see, this is we shouldn't have to be asking these questions. It's like, we want to know who the people are. We shouldn't have to, the charter is clear. This is why there's a process.
No, Lottie Ferguson, when she left, did ask me to make sure that I was offering support to whatever we could do with this process. And so I have conversed with the chair of the committee to get a process document, which is in your packet. So
Okay.
that was a conversation that I had with the chair, and so that there is a thorough description of the process that the committee
Request for
used,
information.
and that is in the packet, so.
So what's your question?
Who's the chair?
Good question, Maze.
You can ask, that was gonna be one of my questions, who's the chair?
Her name is Sean, so I don't know, so.
Sean.
Her name is Sean.
How many times have they met, do you know?
They've met at least once while I've been in this role, because I talked to her the day after. So,
And you know
about the
how I
process.
found out they were meeting? Because I attend the library, someone told me that they were meeting. That was a sad way to find out, because we were told they weren't meeting. And for us to find out that they're meeting because someone was there with their children at the public library, we should not at council be finding out that the ARPA committee was meeting because someone else. This is the time we need to stop the foolishness and say, and it's not you, because I know you're new. And it's not Jane's fault, but we need to be transparent. We have a group of people making decisions with millions of dollars. They're throwing $5 million at people and saying, we gotta start some. I'm not starting anywhere. Let's
Thank
do
you,
this
Ms.
whole
Burns.
process, and we need to be open. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes, Ms. Dewar, I have a question. I'm kind of confused. So, did you assist with helping the committee to select
No.
okay.
I read the 12 applications in this category, and made sure that all of the organizations they recommended are in good standing with the city, which is true, are in the vendors and with the finance, which I know Jane assisted with. Thank you, Jane. And then also looked at the what they were actually saying they were going to do. There were a number of applications that would not have been giving money directly to residents. They were to put on programs. And so, again, these 6 in front of you, recommendations, do have all direct money assistance to residents. And as I said, direct money to residents, and they will pass federal audit, and I will stop at that. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I'm just gonna say this. In my opinion, this resolution 230226, and I'm gonna vote to send it back to committee, but this resolution is premature. We shouldn't even have this resolution right now until we, as a council, we're able to sit down and look at the recommendations.
All right.
This is backwards. We should have looked at the recommendations first before this came out in a resolution. We didn't say that we wanted to select these organizations.
Amen.
So this is backwards. And Councilwoman Burns, you're right. This whole process was flawed.
Yeah.
A lack of transparency. No transparency at all. So I'll be voting to send it back to Finance Committee so that we can have more discussion on this. Because I have questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else anyone else like to speak? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Go ahead.
From listening to my colleagues, it seems what she's, Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter is saying, when they gave us the list of the community development block grant dollars, they also gave us a list, because you forwarded it to me when I couldn't find it, all the agencies that applied that didn't get funded, because the ball is in our hand now. The resolution's been sent. We get the final say. The resolution is for $5 million. What we could have done was we could have said, okay, well, y'all want to recommend $5 million. Let's look at these agencies and these organizations that did not get funded. And we could have been like, okay, let's give these organizations and these agencies some money who didn't get funded. But because we don't have that information in front of us, it's hard for us to make those kind of decisions. So therefore, we stuck with just only these organizations that's on this resolution, which is not fair to us because we may want to give some organizations and some agencies, and there may be some people reaching out to us trying to get some funding that we told them we'll see what we can do, and they probably didn't get anything. So I'm supporting sending this back, but the ball is in our hands now. The resolution has been brought to us for $5 million. We do need that list. When we get that list, we can look and see if there's some organizations or agencies that we want to fund, and let's go from there and move on. So I'll be supporting taking this back to finance, even though I did support wanting to at least get started with the $5 million for the organizations. I see both sides, but I want to start seeing the residents get some help with their houses. And I hear the 15 or the 20 million and all of that stuff. I want to see something happen besides nothing. And right now, us moving it back to finance, but I mean, that's what it comes with when we don't get all the information that we don't get. They don't get what they want either, so we back at square one again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else in the first and only round? All right, so seeing that we have no one else speaking, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. So a few things. The first thing is we must understand that a lot of the paperwork about the committee and how they came about with their suggestions is located right here in the packet underneath 230226. So this is for the public as well as for the council members to just go take a look. This is the first step of the information that we requested. So this is the rubric, this is the project overview questions. These are the things that the applicants had to review. So again,
Request for information, Madam Chair. Is this the first time I'm seeing this? Is this the first time that we're getting this? All of that packet?
I believe it was in the packet on Wednesday as well.
Oh, for the committee meetings? Okay, thank you.
And so you have it. This is the first step. The second step is what Councilman Pfeiffer, Ms. Worthing, and as well as myself, what we would like to see. We would like to see the list of those that did not make it. And when we start talking about this ARPA committee, what separates this, one of the things that separates this is from committees like the CWAC committee, because I thought that we should have the CWAC committee work and do this. I was like, okay, well can we give us suggestions? And I was met with harsh rebuttal saying, do not use them, do not use them. Again, that's a council appointed committee. So I was told, don't use them, here we go. And so the ARPA committee, it's a short-term committee. This is a one-shot deal and it's done. And they are just submitting recommendations. And the recommendations, we have them here. Now, just like Councilman Murphy said, we're about to start doing the work, real work, nothing but the work. So we can't sit up here and say that we don't know, we had no hand in it. This is the time for us to put forth some real facts. So a question will be on Wednesday, how much money was left back from our first year from Ernst Young? This is for me, just so you all will know, because we're talking about finding money and allocating, this is it. So out of the $1 million, everybody said the $1 million compliancy firm, okay, did we spend that million? If we didn't spend that million for the first year, we should have remaining balance. Can that remaining balance go to these people's houses? Okay, that's real. And then we want to talk about the $875,000 that I mentioned earlier that's going towards water bills and taxes. Let's ask that, put it straight to the houses. You can get that paid through other avenues. See, these are the real decisions that we must make if we want to make sure that you get the assistance that you need. Hard decisions, but we must make them. So again, we welcome all feedback. And so as we go ahead and see about sending resolution 230226, sending this to Finance Committee, we're about to go ahead and have a roll call. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 230226 is now sent to Finance Committee. All right, the chair will entertain a motion for resolution 230229.
Madam Chair. Motion on the floor to send 230229, investigative hearing, Downtown Development Authority credit card usage to council.
Any support?
Support.
All right, supported by Ms. Priestley. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. I separated this because I know there was question, and Councilman Pfeiffer brought it to this council's attention about the misuse of credit card for personal use. And I believe through you to Attorney Kim, is it the fact that we do not have any investigative authority or inquiry that we can do to move forward on this? Because I know it came up in our budget adoption time that any deficits that they have, we absorb. So is there anything, so do we have no authority to inquiry to?
I don't believe anybody's ever posed that question to me, but I don't see why the DDA wouldn't be within, this body's supervisory authority. They're an independent body, but they are a city-appointed board, and there are, to the extent that the city has financial interest, it would definitely seem to be appropriate.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part? I apologize, I didn't hear.
To the extent that the city has financial interests in the DDA, in their activities, that would seem to be appropriate.
So we can investigate the DDA then with this credit card, because here's my thing. That was a considerable amount, and the individual has since then, she's not there. I don't even think we have a DDA director now. I don't think we have one. And I think to find out, to what amount that it is, that the credit card debt actually went, I think that we should still move forward with one. So you're saying we can request an investigation or to find out what the credit card debt actually was?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, back when we were doing the budget and we had to vote for some type of millage or some dealing with the DDA, this motion was attached to it. I'm saying I was wrongly removed, and when it came up about that millage, this slipped through. I talked to Clerk Donahue and asked her to get it back on the agenda. Not only do the mayor sit on the DDA board, Ms. Burns, but so do the clerk. It deals with downtown, it deals with the city. We have the right, in my opinion, to inquire, investigate, or whatever. My concern with this particular resolution, maybe I'll bring it up in council, it wasn't just the credit card usage for me. And so when we vote to have a hearing or to inquire and we do this type of thing, I don't want people like Barry Wolf did in the garbage thing. You only said the credit card usage. We should have the language where we dealing with the Downtown Development Authority and credit card usage is a part of it, not the narrow scope. So that's my feelings about it. I'll see what the council do, but I know Mr. Piper had raised the question once, did we have the authority to deal with Downtown Flint Development Authority? I've always said yes. I've heard what's been said today. It's just that when this was raised, I don't think the way to go into this is just that narrow scope. But, you know, I'm more concentrated on ARPA funds and things of that nature right now. Thank you so much.
Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
So, maybe I was given bad information that we don't have the authority, but I was told that we only have authority over the appointments of the board. And since we've never approved budget, but according, somebody read that we're supposed to be approving their budget. I guess one, through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. City attorney, should the budget come before us and we approve it for the DDA?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I would have to look into that and get back to you on that.
So with that being said, how do we, and I'm 100%, if they're saying that we can do this, we're gonna do it I'll support it. But how can we have an investigative hearing if we don't, one, get any purview into their day-to-day? And without approving their budget, how does that even happen? And if what I've been told that we should be approving their budget, how are they operating without a budget being approved by us? I don't know who to pose that question to. But if you're saying that we have the authority to monitor and have a hearing on their day-to-day, that is news to me and different news than I was told before, but I will be supporting it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
So, I can recall probably about a year ago, someone reached out to me with these allegations, and I offered them to reach out to you, Councilman Pfeiffer, to have some discussion. So it's good to know that you guys moving forward on something with that. But I ain't gonna even lie. I'd rather, the credit cards is important, but those meters is way more important to investigate, because they keep taking my money and giving me tickets, and don't take my money and give me a ticket, take my money and give me a ticket, and this is conspiracy, something really going on with that. So I ain't supporting no investigation for no credit card without investigating why in the double HE hockey stick we keep on getting these tickets in the mail every time we pull up at a parking meter. Is we paying for this Rutherford ramp that they done did a bond on, and they in a deficit? Something in the milk ain't clean, and I don't know what it is, but I'd rather investigate the meters along with the credit cards. I ain't just going and sit, investigation for no credit card. I want to know why I keep getting a ticket. And I know I ain't the only one. There's a whole bunch of me's out there, and they, even since Inez Brown was here and was on that board, we should bring the board out. And I heard we in some kind of contract. No, I ain't going for no investigating for no credit card without these meters, because too many of us out here, and I know I'm not just speaking for me. I just was down there today, the meter won't even take my money. I ain't got time for all of that. And then who finna be sitting there arguing and fussing with a meter? I barely wanna put my money, I ain't voting for no investigating for no credit card without the meters. If y'all wanna do an investigation or do anything, got something to do with the DDA, if it ain't got nothing to do with the meters, I ain't dealing with it. That's it.
All right, thank you, Councilman Murphy. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing?
I'm not supporting this because it's not gonna really get us anywhere. I agree with Mr. Murphy about the meters. And do we know when the board meets? Who can answer that question? Ms. Donahue?
Next meeting is this Wednesday morning,
Oh, we have a meeting. Oh, what time?
7:30 a.m.
7:30 a.m. Okay, they make it difficult for anyone to come during the day. Okay, well, where is it held?
At the Community Foundation, downtown.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I can try to make that one. I have heard that there's a problem with the board. It matters who we appoint to these positions, and if they're not willing to move forward, then you get kind of stuck. It's kind of like council too. Matters who we vote in, who wants to do progress and who wants to just obstruct. Same thing with the DDA. So I'd like to observe a meeting myself. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Worthing. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms.
speak.
Yep, you did. You're the first one. Let's see. And anyone else in the first round? Okay, so seeing that there's no one else in the first round, I will go ahead and utilize my time. Ms. Donahue?
It was something that Mr. Pfeiffer brought up about the budget. And in the bylaws for the DDA, it does say that the DDA shall prepare its own budget for approval by the city council for the city of Flint. And I just want to say historically that as far as I can remember, the council, I don't recall the council ever approving the DDA's budget. However, when that millage comes up every year, the DDA has to approve their budget before the council approves that millage. So, but I just wanted to point that out. The bylaws do say that the budget, the way it's reading, it says like the council shall approve the DDA's budget. But historically, I don't recall the council ever having done that. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I will bring it up at Wednesday's meeting to find out why this hasn't been done, like the bylaws say.
Okay, thank you. And so, hearing the concerns from our colleague about the credit card expenditures, so I had to have a couple of questions, before we launch a full throttle investigation about credit cards, or I'll say the hearing, excuse me. My question is, for one, did the board address this? And for two, was the money paid back? Because if the board addressed it, the money was paid back, do we need to have an investigative hearing? Yeah, so those are my questions. I see the resolution speaks about hearing regarding credit card policies of Downtown Development Authority. And so my question is also, could we do that as a special order at a regular council meeting? So those are our three key questions, because if the former DDA director, if she used the credit card for personal things, then she already paid it back and the board already addressed it. Why are we doing their work? And the credit card policy, if that's what we want to know, then we could probably, like I said again, we just have a special order and get that done instead of having a special investigative hearing. So, I don't want to, I'm sorry, Ms. Donahue.
And I just wanted to point out that the credit card policy is on the DDA agenda, so they are working on.
You said it's on the website?
It's on their agenda. They have been working on a resolution to establish those policies. So the DDA is working on new credit card policies.
Okay, so just want to be clear, because you speak kind of low. So you said that is on their agenda for this Wednesday at 7:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Yeah, I'm not going to support this. Yeah, we just need to find out what's already in the works and then act accordingly. I don't want to do someone else's job for them. I mean, that's the whole deal. We're all over the place as council people. And so I just want to make sure that we're operating in the correct lane. And hearing that they're already addressing their issue, I think it'd be good if we see what they have to say and then revisit this. We probably don't even have to revisit this. Thank you. So going to the second round. Anyone in the second round, Ms. Burns? I remember you wanted to say something?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important that we do be a part of the process because historically, we have obviously been doing it wrong and we didn't get it right. So if we need to get it right from here on out, let's do it right. Let's figure out what was going wrong. Everybody knows, any corporation, any place that you work, that you don't put your personal expenses. If I go buy some eyelashes, I can't put it on the company credit card. That is not an expense that should be on there. If I buy some hoodies, some flip-flops, anything, it should not be on that credit card. It is strictly for expenses pertaining to business. It's hotel airfare. It's those type of things if you're traveling, anything to do with your job. It's not a requirement to have cute eyelashes. Matter of fact, I don't have eyelashes. We don't make enough to get them. So I want to make sure that we don't have this happen again because this occurred over some years. So we need to know where there's a flaw and we need to be a part of the process so that it doesn't happen again with the P card. I'm not protecting anybody. I don't care who it is. If it was my daughter who was buying eyelashes, getting her nails done, then she needs to be, because she should know better, I'm gonna make sure she's held accountable. Parking meetings are not the same thing as when we're talking about the credit card debt, because that is very serious. I get the parking meters, but we can do something for the parking meters. I agree, because I done got enough tickets on them parking meters too. They don't take coins, they don't take credit cards, they don't work, and when the man was out there working on them, I don't think he was working on them. Because the one he worked on didn't work the next day. So when we talk about, though these are two separate issues, we should not be minimizing someone who improperly used their credit card. That's not what we should be doing. When you sign your contract, you take an oath, you have a responsibility. We need to quit allowing people to come to the city of Flint, make a lick off of Flint and hit the road. I'm not accepting that. And so when we say they paid it back, then we need to know exactly how much was paid back. There's a process. Nowhere on the credit card process where it states you can use that credit card then pay it back. The city don't give you a loan. That's like what, check and go? We are not in the process of doing that. That's interest free at that. No, we're not in that business to do that. And so we have to be careful. I agree the parking meters suck. And that we had, I believe, another year that's left on them. But we need to talk about that and we need to deal with that. But we also need to make sure we do a credit card, improper use of credit cards, so that if it happens again, we know how to handle it. We'll have a process already in order because we've already handled it. And I think that that's something that we should all be concerned about because she got it, according to when I was looking at some of the receipts, she got a new resume building and we paid for her to get a new job. Interest free. So we was her check and go to get up out of here. So I think we need to make sure that that doesn't happen again because P cards are issued out. Well, to some people, because I know the ombuds person, she can't get a credit card. So she had a difficult time. So I want to make sure that we have a process, we know what's going on, and that, you know, we learned during that meeting when that question was asked by Attorney Gurley that in the bylaws from 2011 that their budget is supposed to be presented. And I appreciate Attorney Gurley letting us know that during that meeting because that was the first. So what we historically done incorrectly doesn't mean we continue to move forward incorrectly. I think we need to start writing some things. We had emergency management, and emergency management, everything just went kind of haywire. And so we need to align things to get back in order. So that's that. I would ask my colleagues to support this because as the city is moving forward, we need to make sure P cards and the use of them, that they understand if you improperly use them, there's a process that you will come before council and we will deal with it accordingly. I don't care who you are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Madam Chair, just for the record, Ms. Worthing, you see how Ms. Priestley gets up and leave and come back while you were missing in action? If you were, they changed the rules. You can get up, leave without permission, come back. When Herkenroth and them committed perjury and said that I hadn't had permission to get out of my seat and we went to court, now it's in the Court of Appeals, that rule changed. I heard you making an issue about me getting up and out of my seat when you stood up over Ms. Burns. So just for the record, Ms. Priestley is doing nothing wrong. I'm doing nothing wrong. You can get up and come back and so forth and so on. But as it relates to the Downtown Development Authority, Mr. Murphy, that's what I said. I said somebody should amend this to deal with more than just credit cards. It could maybe be worded operational functions, credit cards, including meters and things of that nature. When you bring folk in from the DDA and you're trying to understand some of the operation, including meters and credit cards, you want to word this broadly so you can ask the questions of interest, and we might not have to bring them in again for another 2-3 years. But with the appointments that we made to the Downtown Development Authority, which is actually the board, and the clerk and the mayor sits there, Attorney Kim, Mr. Pfeiffer's telling you right. Investigative hearings, in my opinion, ain't just dealing with budgets. They deal with the operations, the board, things that affect the city. And so that's all I'm asking. This issue was raised and it made the newspaper. And Mr. Pfeiffer, your name was attached to it, calling for some, I think, if my memory serves me right, some type of investigation. I want to piggyback on that because we, the council in the city of Flint, we don't have to call for investigations. We can investigate. Mr. Mercedes Kenny, that's if people want to put the time in you on this council. We should want the truth, nothing but the truth, not only from the DDA, but from the Department of Public Works, the police department. You know, when people start respecting us for what we have the authority to do, we are a better council. We make our city better. Y'all can feel a certain way about Ms. Herkenroth, but we ain't done yet. She committed perjury on me. Could have locked me up saying she didn't excuse me from a meeting, and then the video shows she did. Ms. Priestley testified she didn't need her memory recollected that I hadn't been excused. The judge raised an issue about sworn, truthful, honest testimony. So I was facing jail time. I ain't tripping about Herkenroth gone. She was messing with my freedom, and I ain't tripping about people on the DDA if I have to ask some questions under oath about their operations. That's right. Y'all done learned people don't trip about me. I'm gonna quit tripping about folk. I feel sorry for people. I'm compassionate toward people, but when people try to take my head off, I gotta put on my Sharpton hat, Pastor Thrillcare. I got to become the president of the Flint chapter of the National Action Network and speak up not only for me, but for others. I refuse for folks to let folk run over folk. So it's gonna get a little sticky. Right. And I'm gonna be right in the middle of it. And I'm up for it. I'm looking forward to discussing the upcoming resolution. I'll be voting for this, but when it get to council, I might amend it for operational, include meters and other functions more than credit cards. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, real quick, I hope that my colleagues support this and that we can dig and learn more about what is supposed to happen and what's not happening in all of the policies. But real quick, Madam Chair, I have to strongly disagree with you about this being someone else's job. We're a fiduciary with the city, and any dollar that is misallocated is our responsibility. So if it's $5, I'm not gonna sweep it under the rug and say that it's no big deal, it's somebody else's job. It's our job to be the fiduciary for the city and make sure that there's checks and balances. So I hope that you support this, and the rest of my colleagues support it, because this is our job. This is our job. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? Well, seeing that there's no one else in the second round, I'll go ahead and just utilize my time. So two things. So the first thing is that the meeting will be held at the DDA building, at the DDA office at First and Church at 7:30. So not the community foundation. So that's for anyone that plans to attend. And also, when I said that this is not my job, just speaking back to Councilman Pfeiffer, if people have already done the work, if we can go and ask them the questions, then it could definitely save us a lot of time. So if they can already do this for us, if it's already done, if it's already handled, then I don't see why. I mean, again, we are the checks and we are the balances indeed, but this work has been done. I don't want to have a duplication of efforts, just to show that we're big and bad, we're council, and we can call a hearing. If we can get this resolved without this, then I'm totally for it. All right, and so that's just where I stand as far as that. So we're looking to vote on the investigative hearing, resolution 230-229. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. So resolution 230-229 will be sent to council. All right, now we're on to resolution 230-233. Ms. Priestley?
I make a motion to send a resolution 230-233 to council.
All right, is there any support?
Madam Chair, I support.
All right, supported by Councilperson Burns. All right, any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
is Chief Green still here?
Come on to the podium, sir.
Chief Green, because the clock is ticking. Complete Towing has put in a change order for $45,147.57.
That's correct.
Why?
It was under budgeting. That's what I was told by finance initially.
Okay, so hang tight. Jane, and I didn't call you Jan. So that's a considerable amount for the budget.
No, it's not. Not
You
compared to
don't?
what, no.
So they submitted, but this was put out for bid, correct?
That's correct.
And so they did not bid properly.
No, they bid it properly.
They bid it properly, but then they said, but they asking for $45,000 more. So if you're the lowest bidder, why are you coming back to the city asking for 45 grand?
They're not asking for 45 grand.
I'm looking at the change order, an additional 45,000.
They're asking, we under budgeted.
Okay, tell me about this.
Apparently, from what he's saying, it simply means that they did not anticipate as much as it is costing, so they need more money.
What's costing?
So apparently they need the 285 plus the 45. The original bid was done, I'm trying to see when the original bid went out.
What's raising the cost of it?
I'm assuming you're towing more cars?
Yes.
Towing a lot more cars.
Is that reckless ordinance that I worked on with you?
What's that?
Is that reckless ordinance I worked on with you?
It could be a combination of things. Yeah, that's part of it, but you're just impounding more cars, more storage.
So you need storage, so it's for the impound lot?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not for, well, I guess they're doing the towing, but then
They do both. They tow
Right, and then
and
they-
impound the lot, so we have to pay for the storage.
Right, so this is a considerable change order. And I think, and the one thing I see with the city of Flint, we keep getting change order. They change order Flint to death.
I will say the original was covered from 7/1/22 to 6/30 of '23. So the original bid probably was last year, and a lot of times it does happen that we spend more than we anticipated or costs go up.
So the cost of them storing it on a lot.
That's
Or
correct.
more space.
That's correct. They're storing on the
How
lot.
long do you store before you sell those cars?
It depends. We can store them for up to a year or 2 years. It depends on what type of investigation, what type of impound it was. There's a variety of reasons.
I'm not a fan of complete for personal reasons.
Pardon me?
I'm not a fan of complete for personal reasons. I'm just not. And then when I look at change orders, and I don't like change orders. I just don't.
Ms. Burns, I would also assume we're making more revenue in the sense of when more cars are sold.
Are we, Chief Green?
Yes, we are. Those vehicles that remain and they're forfeited or seized, they're auctioned at complete.
How much are we making from revenue, Jane?
I can't answer that. I don't have that in front of me. I'd have to go back and see what kind of money's come in.
The last auction, we made over $100,000 off the last auction. That was probably a month, 2 months ago.
How many auctions do you have?
Have several throughout the year.
So does anyone have like how many, like a roundabout number, how many auctions? Well, you didn't know how many auctions, or periodically when the auctions occur. Are they on like a scheduled time that you have them, a calendar?
It just depends when the vehicle become available for auction.
I didn't get many answers other than y'all need the $45,000 for this.
Well, it's operational cost.
Yeah, I mean, they put a car on a lot, on dirt. I get that part, but when I'm asking like how much, when they're coming for 45,000, the cars sit there. It's not like they're washing them and cleaning them and detailing them while they're there. They sit there. So they're charging I get per day. And if they're staying there for a year or two, why are we not moving some? I get the cars that are part of a court case. But some of them you can get in and get out. I've seen them sell cars before when wrong cars have been sold that were residents.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
So this change order is for fiscal year '23, which ended last month, is that correct?
Yes, so
these
we
are
would accrue
already
the
services?
expense.
So did we give authorization for the additional expenses?
That's what the point of this resolution is
But we shouldn't accrue them without the council's authority to
Right, we
accrue.
would accrue is what I'm saying, in the sense that my books are closed. If this relates to last year, then we would accrue this once we have your approval, so it goes against last year's budget, not next year's budget that we're now just started.
So we only approved
285 originally.
285, which ended, so right now they're not under contract? Is Is that a true statement?
I know they tend to lack in their billing. I have heard that.
Well, it's not billing, it's the contract. We give them for fiscal year '23, 285 that ended on 6/30. So are they not under contract right now?
I'm about to check on that. I believe they're not. I think there's a new contract being drafted.
So are they working currently under the fiscal dollars or the same? Are they carrying forward the previous contract dollars and to
That's
this
correct.
one?
And they've done that for years in the past.
So are they now going to submit a new bid, or is it even out to bid, for the new year? Are they gonna revise that number to incorporate these change order dollars going forward? Or is it gonna be a 285 number? I mean, I don't think it's out to bid. I didn't see it. So,
No, it's not out to bid. It has to go out to bid if we have a new contract.
And, sorry, unless the old contract has the clause about extending it. And I don't know, I have not seen the contract. And they were the original only bidders last time.
one, I have a issue with us working without a contract, and I know that may be history, but that's not the right way to do it. And two, I have a problem, and I've had this problem a couple of times, where they come back after the fact, after the time, and say, we need more money. I just,
Can I suggest that you put a proper referral in so that we maybe can find our total cost and our total revenue? Because if we're selling auction, making 100 grand each time, that would definitely be more money than the contract. I don't know, I'm just saying to dig in and get the information, send a proper request in through admin, and maybe we can find out how much money we're actually getting on auctions.
However, how much money we make on cars shouldn't dictate how much money we spend in storage.
It
So
correlates.
they shouldn't correlate.
If you have more cars, I mean, if you're
If we're-
impounding more cars and towing more
But I
cars.
don't know, how many cars did they quote and plan on storing? Like, that's information we would like to see before we approve a 15% change order after the contract's already ended. So, that's all I have. Madam Chair, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
All right, 1 second. All right, go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, through you to the clerk, the motion on the floor is what, to move this to council?
That's correct.
Yeah, so it sounds like the motion that need to be made now is to move it back to Finance Committee meeting until we get a copy of that contract and look at the details of that contract. But while we are here on this issue, I got a couple questions. The money from auction goes into what account? Is it the police department or general fund? Do you know?
I believe it goes to the police department.
Okay, you believe. But if it goes to the police department, then the contract that this change order is for, is that paid for out of the police department budget?
Yes, it's in their budget.
And just last week, you stood and you talked about 400,000 and what was all in their budget and what we didn't need to move, correct?
You're talking out of context, but yes.
No, I'm talking in context. It's the same police budget.
Yes, they have money in their budget.
Ma'am, clearly I know what I'm talking about from listening to you. I just asked you the question today. Do they have the, if 400,000 was such a big deal last week to put 8 to 10 additional cars on the street, then 45,000 this week ain't a big deal. Because they can do that, I would guess, if it's in their budget, according to you last week. Now, we might have to give them some authority, but the point is, last week, under the time constraints, I didn't get to say to you that we're trying to allocate money before money is spent. And I've been doing money in this city long enough to know that you could have one good fiscal year and then have two bad ones in a row. And I know the difference between ARPA funds that qualifies for police services and general fund money that might disappear in a year or two. So I really didn't like what I heard last week. And Chief, I really would have liked for us to be more aggressive on a proposal we agreed somewhat on. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make the motion to send this back to Finance Committee, and in the meantime, based upon what Councilman Piper was saying, I want the contract to go and show up in Finance Committee meeting too. And Madam Clerk, if they want that in writing, even though we stand here and we put it on the record and they make notes, they always say, can we get that in writing? Well, give them that in writing. You got it. And so I don't know what my colleagues will do, but a lot of this stuff ain't just all y'all fault because it was already in committee meeting. This special affairs, we headed into the 9:30 hour. We still in special affairs taking care of business that should have been taken care of last week when council members disappeared, went away like smoke into the sky. And here we sit today. But Councilman Mays ain't gonna continue to be their scapegoat. Sometimes we have to look in the mirror and take responsibility for what we do and don't do. But nevertheless, we'll take time to deal with it, hopefully, in Finance Committee, because I don't agree with change orders versus contracts and bidding it out and things of that nature. So I'm gonna see what's going on. With 12 seconds left, and when we get in these committee meetings, I hope we can start relaxing the time frames. I move to send this back to Finance Committee meeting for further information and detail, and I so move.
There's a motion on the floor to send Resolution 230-233 to Finance Committee. Is there a second?
I support.
All right, supported by Councilperson Burns. Any discussion? Oh, and just a reminder, 3 minutes, 1 round. Any discussion? Mr. Murphy?
Speaking of Mike, I can't hear. I won't be supporting this, sending this back to finance. They explained to us why the increase of the 45,000, they impounded more cars. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
I'm gonna emphasize the record and I'm gonna remind folks, last week, the same two people stood before us, and I want to say it right, Jane told us that we didn't have to move 400,000 to put 8 to 10 cars on the street on a proposed weekend patrol because that 400,000 was in the police budget. Mr. Murphy, today I asked her about the budget again. This is $45,000, and I don't hear the same argument. And even though they're not exactly the same, Jane, you stood and aborted $400 additional dollars.
please do not.
Point of order, you want your first warning? Ms. Liddell Lewis, do you want to give her first warning and have her removed for interrupting this esteemed councilman? It's no laughing matter to me, Ms. Lewis. If you do R.L. Mitchell like that, do her like that. Are you partial to the administration or are you chairing a fair meeting?
Proceed, Mr. Mays.
Well, point of order, it wasted my time when she interrupted me against the rules. No administrator is above the law. Ms. Lewis, you're not above the law when it comes to discriminatory treatment. Here you threatening my elected seat, you and Ms. Priestley, with a resolution, and I'm raising a pertinent issue about order and decorum, and you proceed, Mr. Mays. It's getting to be a little much. You can buck your eyes, you can play it off, you can belittle it, but me and my lawyers is getting real serious, and I'm getting serious in my position as president of the Flint chapter of the National Action Network. Very serious. You can think the National Action Network don't mean nothing, you can do your eyes, but when we start calling press conferences and bringing in our chapter, then you won't look like that. See, I'm not concerned about you warning me like you did Miss Winfrey Carter, because she said, while you're looking at me. I'm going to say, while you're looking at me. Gonna say it more than once, while you're looking at me. Jane, I hate
And that's
that
your
you...
time. So,
I hate that you...
Mr. Mays,
Point of order.
that's your time.
Point of order.
What is your point?
I hate that she...
Mr. Mays,
Point of
that's your
order.
time.
If
What
you don't
is your
cease
point?
talking, you're out of order. That's one point.
What is your point?
I'll tell you the second
What
point
rule
when
has
you
been
cease
broken?
talking.
What
The
rule has been
rule
broken?
that was broken was that the administrator shouldn't take my time and distract me, and you don't give it back and say nothing and then hit me when the clock hits 0. That's my point.
All right,
Rule
so
on it.
not a problem. So point of order denied. Who's next? Let's see. We have anyone else who'd like to speak in the first round?
Are we still in the first? I have not spoken, Madam Chair.
You have.
No.
Oh, correction. This is the
Yeah, don't be so
the amended
quick.
one.
I think you the
So,
snapper
6.
tonight, yeah. Can I have my time, please?
So this is for the amended motion. So go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Jane, is it in, so it's not in the budget for Chief Green, so he does need the money. He doesn't have it in his budget already.
The money's there, so to speak, but we can't spend more money than the original resolution
Okay.
without your permission.
Okay, so I just want to, I needed to clear that up. And the other part is, Madam Chair, you need to be fair, and you talk, your favorite word is decorum. That was not decorum, the way you were looking at him and the snap back. You know, we have to be fair. We got a few more minutes before we got to be out of here, probably 8. And so as much as we can get done, we've actually been working pretty well together, but let's end it with, please be careful with how you talk, because you will give a warning for someone saying, looking at, you give a warning for everything, but the warnings are not issued fairly to people. They're not issued fairly. Thank you.
All right. And so anyone else would like to speak on the amended motion? Anyone would like to speak on the amended motion? All right, so seeing that there is no one else to speak on the amended motion, we will go ahead and go to roll call, Madam Clerk, and this is to send it to which committee again? Finance Committee. To send resolution 230-233 to Finance Committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no. 230-233 will be sent to Finance Committee. Now on to Resolution 230-234.
Madam Chair.
Ms.
I make
Priestley.
a motion to move 230-234 to council.
All right, resolution to move 230-234 to council. Any support?
Support.
Support by Councilperson Burns.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes, this resolution is to just release fire insurance money to the land bank for demoing a house that was damaged by fire. So I have no problem with this at all. Change order is because that it's another house added to that list of fire insured homes where we hold the cash. And so we're just reimbursing the land bank for demoing that property.
All right. All right, so thank you, Ms. Priestley. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
I was the one who separated that, not Ms. Priestley. I separated the fire fund for reimbursement. So I believe we normally go to the person who separated it first.
No, I usually go whoever asked for the floor.
Excuse me?
I usually go for
Because you're
whoever
being
asked for the
rude. There
floor.
goes your decorum. There goes your decorum. And you're not being very kind. You're not.
Please proceed, Ms. Burns. I was answering your question. Go ahead.
Historically, that's how it goes. Emily Dorr, through you, Madam Chair, did she leave? I know that's used to be Suzanne's department, because you're over that department, with the fire fund. How much is in that? I mean, are we now giving all of that, the fire escrow fund, is it now just going over to the land bank? How is,
I could get back to you about how much is in it. I don't know off the top of my head. And my understanding is that most, if not all of the funds do have to be tied to certain.
Please,
Yeah,
hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
Ms. Dorr. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. You can silence your phone, please.
Mr. Jones may have to log out. Can I get my time back?
I know. Sorry.
That's okay.
My understanding is that the funds are tied to specific addresses in
Right.
terms of the fire insurance. And so if the addresses are in the land bank, then we would be coordinating with them, but I can definitely follow up with this.
And that was my reason for separating this, because there have been problems before with the fire fund. And the fire fund had amounts in that we didn't, know. And residents weren't getting, the city captures or takes that money. And then if they tear down or don't, that money, I think it's 25% of
The
it.
holdback, correct,
Yeah,
yep.
25% holdback. And so the city had not, residents, some of them didn't even know that it was being, that 25% was taken. And so that fire fund was building. And because that fire fund was building, that was a concern, because Lord knows, we got enough tear downs. And this has been a problem for years. So that's why I separated it, because I really want to make sure, what is our process that the city is doing now? And can you please let me know, because I don't want us to get back into what we were doing before with that fire fund, because it wasn't working. And so, I know we have you're our new person, so I'd like to know, because you're leading this, like, how are we doing that?
Absolutely.
So if you get back with me, I would greatly appreciate
I'll
it.
do that referral through the administration. Yep.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right,
Madam
anyone
Chair.
else in the first round? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Ms. Dorr, right? Yes. Ms. Dorr, I've seen that insurance fund before. This one is $5,989, about $6,000. I've had houses tore down for $3,000 and $4,000, and then folks got to change. I'm concerned about the land bank and their prices and their tear downs, gobbling up the money. That's my concern. I've noticed over the years, I've seen it. We've got people who are qualified, big money, Hank, Reggie, and them, and I've seen it. They tear down the house and folk get change. And then the land bank come and they say their average tear down is 15,000. I don't want to get into the technicalities, which I can discuss. And I know what some of the rationale and the alleged guidelines are on various houses. But the fact of the matter is, houses have been torn down. The result is the same. It's an empty lot when they get done. Whether they did it for 3,000 or 15,000.
You like, okay.
I understand clearly, and I can predict what folks say. I'm just concerned about it. This one happens to be on Fleming Road. If I'm not mistaken, as I did my homework, it's in the ward I represent. I'm not gonna go crazy about it. I'm not gonna ask that it be postponed, but what I am gonna do, based upon what I'm hearing with these land bank demolitions, I go to something called the Black Leadership Conference once a month. Gentleman came in the other day, Reverend Railkill from the land bank. And he was talking about these demolitions, and I politely asked him to have somebody call me and give me an update, because what I had heard was they had started demoing in the first ward. Unlike some of my colleagues, when I talked about council input on the subject today, I talked about council input on demolition and passed the amendment where council people could help get houses tore down that had been problems. And then I did switch some around. And I'm watching them like a hawk. And I asked the gentleman that came to the Black Leadership Conference to have somebody from the land bank give me a call and give me an update on when and what's coming down in the first ward. I'm still waiting. So if you involved in this, then maybe in the next week or two, you can facilitate that communication with the land bank and myself so I can hear what's happening in this supposedly first ward that had demolition scheduled first. You know, I didn't lose too much sleep over it, Reverend Railkill, but when the demolition started and we had allocated that 16 million, I didn't have a clue, but Mr. Neely was out there in a press conference. I didn't even know they had started. So I don't want the communications to come to an ambitious politician to stand in my ward and do a press conference on the tear downs. I want Councilman Mays, who did have input on that, to know what's coming down, where the schedule at, will it be this year or that year? And that's what I'm gonna request in regards to this resolution about demos with the land bank. You think you can help us? I don't know what every other council person knows. I don't know what the clerk knows. I don't know what the city attorney knows. I just know I've heard them pound and pound on 930. If somebody got information that we can go past that, let me know. But I think we're in a dilemma. Through you to the clerk, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, what time should we be here and what time should we be gone?
The understanding with Mr. Freeman from the county was that we would be out of here by 9:30 on a regular basis. And the only times that we've gone over, I was in communication with him, and he knew that we were going beyond a little bit, but he's not working today, so I haven't even reached out to him. But 9:30 is the understanding of the time that we're.
Under the circumstances and knowing that we won't get council done, knowing we can reschedule in 24 hours, I always prefer the dawn, but you know, we were put out by police in our own house. I move that we adjourn.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn. Is there any support? Support. All right, so it has been moved and properly seconded to adjourn. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Wendy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes, one no. All right, the vote is 7 yes, 1 no.